Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining the Commercial Aviation Workgroup meeting. Workgroup members, you should have the ability to turn your video and microphone on for this meeting. And if you have a comment or question during the meeting, please use the hand raise button in the reactions tab. And then, sorry, yeah, there you go. Put you on mute. We have quite a few speakers today, and if we run out of time during their question and answer period and you didn't have a chance to ask your question, you can always send me questions and I will send it to the speakers for answers. For the public online, your microphone is off throughout the meeting unless you're called on during the public comment period, in which at that point I will unmute you. Now I will pass it on to Evan to start the meeting.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our Commercial Aviation Workgroup meeting for July. I am looking through who's in attendance and comparing that to the list of current members. And it appears that we do have a quorum as a majority of members whose terms of either who are currently either been reappointed or are still currently active. So I'm recognizing a quorum of the meeting. Why don't we do introductions? I'm not certain if we have anyone new attending, but kind of do a little bit of a roll call here. So we can go in order of how people appear on my screen. Mr. Wirt, good morning.
Good morning. Gary Wirt. I'm in Yakima, Washington. I am a citizen representative from Eastern Washington.
All right. Yeah, good morning. And then Christina has introduced yourself. Mr. Dunham.
Horace Dunham. I'm a citizen's representative from the Seattle area.
All right. Good morning. And Ms. Rickert.
Good morning, Ann Richard. I'm the representative from WashDOT Aviation Division.
All right. Good morning. And Mr. Brookman.
Good morning, everybody. Ben Brookman. I'm with Alaska Airlines, Managing Director of Airport Real Estate.
All right. All right. Good morning. And Mr. Reardon.
Yes, Charlie Reardon. I live in Kent, representing businesses that depend upon aviation.
Okay. And your camera's still off. I don't know if...
Yeah, I have a problem with that today.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Root. And then Ms. Rubin.
Hey, good morning. This is Gitanjali Rubin, and I'm a citizen representative from Seattle.
All right. Good morning. And then see people get reordered as they talk. Ms. Lee.
Hi, good morning, Allie Lee. I'm a citizen representative, familiar with commercial aviation, and thank you. Good morning.
All right. Morning. Ms. Crank.
Good morning, Alicia Crank, citizen representative out of Edmonds, Washington.
All right. Good morning. And Ms. Badiola.
Good morning. I represent the statewide environmental justice organization.
All right. Good morning. Mr. Hodgman.
Good morning. Rob Hodgman, representing Commercial Air Service Airport from Eastern Washington. I'm from Yakima, Washington.
All right. Good morning. And Representative Dent.
Hi, good morning. Tom Dent. I represent the 13th Legislative District in the state of Washington, and I'm representing the Republican House Republican Caucus in this committee.
All right. Good morning, and glad to have you with us for the first time.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Mueller.
Good morning. Let's see if my camera can get started here. Rich Mueller, Airport Director, Grant County International Airport at the Port of Moses Lake and Moses Lake, Washington.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Mueller.
Good morning, sir.
And then Ms. Palumbo, Representative Palumbo.
Good morning, Terry Palumbo, WashDOT Aviation Support.
All right. Good morning. All right. Well, so the first.
So, Evan, it's
Yes.
Dan again here. Just FYI, I have 2 board meetings going on at once, so I will try to keep up, but I may not always hear you. So, and I've talked to Ann if you want to get a hold of me to send me a text. So, unfortunately, we were double booked for 2 important meetings today. So.
All right. We'll do. Thank you for letting me know. So the first item on our agenda is the status of appointments. We had, as regular attendees know, we've had a fair number of members of the board have been appointed, and their appointments have expired without being renewed. We've been working on that on an ongoing basis with the governor's office to try to get some clarity. We had adopted a policy that expired members could continue to participate as non-voting members, but when it came time to vote on things such as adoption of the charter or meeting dates or whatnot, only current members could vote. Recently, we did get the first 2 reappointments of initial members to the work group. Mr. Dunham and Mr. Reardon were reappointed with lengthier terms in their initial, I think, 3-month appointment or something like that last year. Also, we've had multiple members expire, including myself, on June 30th. I have multiple members expired. In our conversation with the governor's office, specifically, I spoke after our last meeting with Megan Cotton. I know that Anna's also been in touch with Megan Cotton and probably others. That 2 points were made clear to me. It would be great to have this in an actual letter, but one was they fully expected to reappoint everyone who wanted to be reappointed and wanted to continue serving, and that in connection with that, we should allow quote unquote expired members to continue full participation. That was point 1. And point 2 was the administratively easiest way to get people reappointed was to ask them to reapply through the website, the same way we applied as an initial matter, to try to alleviate kind of the administrative task of reapplying. There was some discussion about could you do them all en masse? Could you reappoint everyone who kind of informally initiate, you had my materials from before, I want to continue serving, please reappoint me. And there has not been a resolution on that yet. So I went ahead and filed a reapplication about a week ago. And that is an avenue that if anyone wants to, push forward, then they can file a reapplication through the website. It took me about 10 minutes. So, since I had all the materials from before.
Can I interject? So, yes. Thanks for that update. I think I would feel more comfortable getting something in writing with some direction to do it. And partially because for me, I applied originally for the first iteration of this back in like late, 2019, 2020, and then got appointed eventually, a year and a half ago. So I don't even remember. I mean, the packet that I used to apply was from like 5-6 years ago. So if that is something that they want us to do, I think it'll be cleaner if they kind of send that to us so that we're not trying to figure it out which way is the best way to go.
No, I'd agree. I think the grand fix of reappointing people in the group is the best route. And you raised your hand?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that. I don't think it would be realistic to expect that we're ever going to get an email from the governor's office about this issue. But staff would be happy to send a link to the website. And just to clarify, Ms. Crank, if you applied for something in that time frame, that wouldn't have even been for this group. That would have been for the previous group. So, yeah.
No, I know. That's why I was originally surprised when I got the appointment letter, because I was like, wait a minute, I applied for this back in, 2020. So I don't know how it got to this point, but I didn't do another one for this. So, but that being said, I was just kind of going off what Evan was saying about, oh, I had that information from before. And for me, before it was 6 years ago. So, yeah, just something that would be clean for everybody to have at the same time. So we're all operating from the same place.
Yeah,
This part of
we
this
would be
process will be
happy.
great.
We would be happy to send out an email with the link to the
Thank you.
website, and that gives all the information there.
So I would be happy to continue. As I mentioned, I reapplied. I am happy to continue, and I would like continue as the chair. At the pleasure of the group. But currently, my reapplication is pending, and I'm one of those expired members. So, does anyone else have anything we want to discuss? I see your Representative Dent raising his hand. So, recognize Representative Dent.
Thank you, Evan. So, I wouldn't be real concerned about the appointments at the moment. We do have a new administration, and they are overwhelmed with appointments and things to do. And from where we see this quite often, in legislative committees, is people don't get reappointed right away. But there has been conversations with folks within the governor's office about the inability to get folks on this committee reappointed, and as they learn their way through this, I think I'm not concerned. I think we just continue on. I will do my best to have everybody's back in this with the governor's office until we do get appointments coming. And it's just going to take a while. It's just the way it is. And so, I think it's important that we get our work started and move forward. If you want to reapply, that's fine. I'm not sure that will speed up the process. So, but I have, I've made my feelings known that I'd like to see the folks that are currently had been appointed and their appointment has expired to be reappointed. So I think that they're doing, I've expressed my confidence in the fact that they're doing a good job, and we want to keep them on board. So, and I will do that again the next time I'm in Olympia. So, just to make sure that everybody's good. But I think the work that we have to do here is really, really important, and I think we need to get started doing our work and not get wrapped around the axle about the delay in appointments, because there is so much. I don't know how many appointments the governor makes, a couple of thousand, something like that, and so that's a lot. It's probably more than that, maybe. So it just takes a while to catch up, and a new administration and all new staff. Everybody's learning their jobs, so it's not something to be real concerned about at the moment.
All right. On that note, it was raised at a prior meeting as to whether or not the legislature would look askance at the findings or efforts of a group where the members weren't duly appointed, where the statute called for them to be appointed. I'm told that wouldn't be an issue. It sounds like you're saying that's not an issue if this is a common problem. Is that correct?
Yes, and just so you to be a little more clarity here too is Representative Fye, and this committee is the result of a bill that Representative Fye and I ran together, and he's been appointed to this committee as well. So, and he's been in contact with the governor's office too. So don't be concerned. We're working to get this done, but let's get started on our work.
All right, great. Mr. Wirt, you raised your hand also. Oh, put your hand down.
Thank you, Representative Dent, for reinforcing comments. I'll just say I'm certainly willing to reapply. However, the last time I reapplied, it was a year and a half before I was appointed. So I think I agree with Rep. Dent. We can't sit here and hold our breath waiting for something to happen. So I'll reapply. Thank you.
Okay. Ann? Ms. Richard.
So, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to share some language that was actually shared with me by the governor's office of some language that some other groups use to deal with this type of issue. And it is, and I'm just going to read this. Once appointed, members of the Commercial Aviation Workgroup will be considered to be members in good standing until they resign or until the governor has appointed someone else to their position. So that basically says, even if your expiration date has passed, you still get to be a voting member and a valid participant in the group.
That's very helpful. I had taken my hand at drafting something kind of like that, if the group wanted to consider it. But that's, I think, useful coming directly from the governor's office. Would anyone like to make
that was all I wanted.
To speak on this or make a motion?
From their office.
So are you looking for a motion, Ms.?
Yes, I was thinking if there's a motion to adopt that language, we could have debate on the motion. Move this into a more formal debate on the motion. Point.
This is Rep. Dent, and I so move.
All right. Is there a second?
Latinola second.
All right. There's a second. Okay, so open debate on the motion to adopt this would be as an amendment to the charter. I would suggest perhaps we place it, I'm opening the charter. Too many windows open on my computer. I had the charter open. No. I would suggest we place it in the paragraph. We have a paragraph on. We have a paragraph on membership. And I would just add that as a, it's probably added in its own paragraph in between the two existing paragraphs of membership. So we would read the work group would be comprised of 19 voting members appointed by the governor and will select the chair from amongst its voting membership as prescribed by ESHB 1791. The work group will receive staff support for administration and technical assistance from the Washington State Department of Transportation, and then the sentence as Ann read it, and then continue with the last paragraph as it exists. Anyone want to debate the motion? Ms. Badiola, raise your hand.
Thank you. Clarification question to Ann. Is there a reference for that statement that we can add?
I'm not sure what you mean by a reference, but no, that was just from a conversation. So I don't have that in writing or anything like that.
That's okay. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other debate on the motion to add that language to the membership paragraph? All right. Is there a motion to close debate and move to a vote?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right. All in favor of adopting the language as read by Ann to our charter as an amendment, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none opposed, motion passes unanimously. I guess we're like risen from the dead. We have now a quorum of 13, or a total membership of 13 active, and which means a quorum is now 7, and we still have that quorum. So,
Evan, just one point of clarification. So, do you think that we do not need to reapply?
So, I mean, what we did was adopt the charter amendment that we continue to serve and considered members in good standing until replaced or reappointed. I think if you want a formal reappointment, the message seems to be we need to at least file through the website to be reappointed, but don't expect it anytime soon. I don't know if Mr. Reardon or Mr. Dunham want to speak to their reappointment process as far as timeline.
Mine was very simple. I wrote a letter to the governor and I got reappointed.
And this is Charlie. Mine was similar. I did not write a letter. I made a phone call, but it was quite some time ago that I made that phone call. And then I got an email notice one day. Thank you for reapplying, which I did not do. And the following day, I got the appointment letter in the mail.
So somebody probably clicked a button in a database somewhere that generated that email to you. And
It's likely.
When I did the reapplication, there's a button on there for, are you currently a member of this board? Which you can hit yes. And then I, in the narrative, noted, the work we'd already done and that I wanted to continue and et cetera. So, Ms. Badiola?
Yeah, I just really encourage folks to do what our members did, which is send in an email or call. Make it simple. And if you're not getting any response, just to be on the safe side, put in even an old resume is okay.
All right. Anything else anyone wants to discuss on the appointments issue? Okay. So the next item is updates on the work done and a review of today's agenda. I'm excited about today's agenda because in part it dovetails on work that we have already done, and we're actually building on work from prior meetings. So, Ms. Richard, you lined up our 11 o'clock speaker on technical requirements of airport capacity and demand analysis, a pair of professors from Embry-Riddle. And so do you want to speak briefly to how we lined them up and what the thinking was?
I'd be delighted to do that, but Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, before I do that, I'd like to give just a little status report on our RFQ for consultant selection.
Oh, yes, sure.
Okay, thank you. The reason that I'm so eager to do that is because I did not follow the rules or the direction that the work group gave me after the last meeting. But there's a good reason that I didn't follow the direction. As you recall, you approved the RFQ with a couple of edits, but then also asked that I add the language from the bill that created the work group. But just about the time of the last meeting, the legislature finished their work for the 2025 session, which included some additional language for the work group. And so that was included in Senate Bill 5161, which was sent to the group prior to this meeting. So, and that language, similar to the prior bill, lists the legislative kind of requirements for this work group. So what I did was put this language from the new bill into the RFQ instead of the language from the old bill. So I made those changes and then have sent that to WashDOT Contracting, the office that does all that stuff. I just talked to them yesterday, and they said that we should expect about 3 months from now, we will have a consultant on board ready to start work. So that's what everyone can expect.
Great. Well, so sort of superseded by events, but you moved the ball forward. I think that sounds great. What language? So I'm looking at the SB 5161 that went out to all of the membership with the meeting agenda. Which language was it that you included in the RFQ? Is it this whole section 213?
That whole entire thing I included.
Okay.
But yeah, the whole thing that says section 213, section 804 is completely separate. And so I will add that that's part of the same bill, but as you can see from the section numbers, they're really far apart. And everything that was between 213 and 804 didn't have anything to do with aviation. So that was kind of a surprise when I came across this section 804. But it turns out that the legislature has asked another group to do some research similar to the work of the COG. So I've asked this group, the Washington State Institute for Policy Research, something like that, for public policy. They're on the agenda today too to talk about the research that they're doing so that the group can explore overlaps and gaps between the two different research elements.
So, yeah.
Okay. But, sorry, where are they on the
Question. I have my hand up, but
sorry.
I don't understand that they will have somebody online in 3 months. Who's going to make that selection? Who gets to pick which ones are going to do it? I don't want to just sit here and wait till somebody hands me somebody that maybe doesn't know anything about it, but they're a good friend of one of our members or something.
No, Mr. Dunham, thanks for asking that question. It will be you, this work group, that makes the selection. So sometime between now and that 3 months timeline, they will have the proposals to be reviewed, and it'll be the work group so that'll be another piece of work you'll have to do, is figure out how you want to review the proposals and make a selection.
Okay. So we should expect a roster between now and then, and we might maybe have to add to the Yakima agenda in 2 months, like consideration of proposals.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Wirt?
And I presume that Section 800 you're referring to has to do with the money that was appropriated for Evergreen State College or something to do some research. Isn't that right? And I presume then that our speakers here at 12:30 are going to clarify what this is all about and what their plans are. Is that kind of right?
That's correct. You've got it figured out. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
That is the 12:30 speaker, right? I was skimming through the subjects and not looking closely at the who the speakers were, and that's where that is. Okay. Okay. So that explains our 12:30 speaker. The 11 o'clock the professors. So Ann, do you want to?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot the original task assignment. I apologize, Mr. Chair. Yes. Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University is generally considered to be the leading aeronautical university in the world. They don't have a campus in Washington. Their headquarter campus is in Florida, but they do have other campuses and do a lot of online work. So very well regarded university that does aviation work. And so my team reached out to them to see if we could get somebody from the faculty to just give us kind of a airport planning 101 so that we've got an idea of what all goes into making decisions about airport capacity and growth and the possible siting of a new airport and other laws and conditions that may factor into that whole process. So I've gone through the presentation with the professors in advance. It's a lot of information, but really, really good that I hope the group finds helpful as just like a baseline for the work that we do. I am concerned, and I'll give you just a heads up here, that an hour is going to be a really short time for that. But we hopefully will have a little bit of time during this hour today for Q&A afterwards. And then after the fact, as Christina mentioned at the beginning, I'm going to encourage members to email us any other questions that you may have, and we'll forward them to them and then send the results to everybody. So hopefully we can get some good, clear input from them.
Okay. Ms. Crank, you hand raised?
Yeah, I thought they had a location in Renton.
They may, and we'll let them
I just looked
that.
it up because I was familiar with them through another role, and I was like, did they close their Renton office? But yeah, they have a spot in Renton based on their website, so they do have a local presence. But I didn't know if something changed because of the pandemic or whatever, but it looks current.
All right, Mr. Denham.
Now, I just want to kind of back up what was just said by Ann. This what we're going to hear in the next hour is kind of airport basic 101. And I hope people really pay attention. You won't get it all, and you can't get it all in an hour. Some of us haven't got it in 50 years of being in the business, but we're still learning. But I just want to remind our committee one thing. I'm reading in front of me the summary of the bill that was written, and I think the part of it in that summary is very important for us to remember. Directs the working group to evaluate commercial aviation needs of Washington within the broader context of state transportation needs and specific needs of Western Washington. Requires the working group to investigate the expansion of existing aviation facilities, possible siting locations in a new greenfield facilities, report the strengths and weaknesses of each site. It's talking about commercial aviation. We're going to spend the afternoon listening to people talk about things other than commercial aviation. I don't disagree that anytime you touch an airport, there are other things involved. But you have to remember who we work for in the county, the airport, Sea-Tac. I flew in there and out of there 4 times in the last 2 months, and it does need relief. If you've traveled recently, I think anybody will agree with that. So let's pay attention to what this gentleman's going to say for the next hour, because I think therein lies how we need to move forward. I don't disagree with rail transportation. I don't disagree with anything. But if you want to go to Tokyo, you're going to either have to fly out of Vancouver, Sea-Tac, or Portland, and that's it. You can't take a rail unless you want to take a rail to Portland. So I just want to make sure everybody remembers what our primary mission is. Go back to the bill, read the bill. So I'll get off my standing on my soapbox.
All right, Mr. Berkman.
I just would like to say, or fully agree with what you said, and thank you for this. I think this is going to be a really valuable thing for the folks on this call. We obviously have a lot of interaction with Riddle through our industry work, and they do produce some of the finest analysis and folks throughout industry and airports and on the consulting side. So I think this will be a really great experience for all of us, and thank you for taking the lead on it.
All right.
And Mr. Chair, just so that for full disclosure, I am an alumnus of Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University and very proud to have been. So I didn't just grab them out of a hat.
All right. The next item on the agenda was that Ms. Badiola lined up based on our conversation in Everett, which was a discussion of the State HEAL Act. And do you want to speak to that just quickly and explain why we have them?
Yes. About 2 meetings ago, I believe, I had brought up the fact that the legislation talks about not only aviation as a focus, but also looking at transportation needs. transportation is a critical connector, as all of you know, to opportunities, business, jobs, and so forth, and access to services. So to this degree, there is a bigger vision, I think, that communities desiring for this. And one of the tools is the HEAL Act. So our chair had done a preliminary review to say that we're not covered by the HEAL Act. However, from a very practical standpoint, to reduce resistance at the end when we present our recommendations, I think it would be wise for us to take a look at what those equity considerations are. So the best thing to do is to learn about what else is in the environment with regards to equity and health disparities. Hence, I've invited our staff from the EJC Council. So full disclosure, I'm founding co-chair of the Environmental Justice Council. And for 2 years, so I now serve on the executive committee. So, Chair Evan, will you be introducing Sierra, or do you want me to introduce Sierra?
Oh, well, when we get to that point, if you want me to, I'll hand it over to you and you can introduce her for the presentation.
I'm okay. I can hand it back to you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. So then the 2:30 block was my doing. There were after the great presentation we had, and then tour from Josh Marcy and Everett, our last meeting. I did some research into Sound Transit's Everett Link planning, and Everett Link is being planned to go past Everett Airport. But currently their plan is to have a station that is far enough away from the passenger terminal that would require a shuttle bus ride. But they are still planning. They have not committed to a route. They've not committed to locations. And they haven't, well, to kind of jump to the end, I think that our group, in looking at aviation capacity, if Everett is going to be a substantial part of the solution for relief to Sea-Tac, making it as easy as possible to get people by public transportation from elsewhere in the Puget Sound region to Everett. We're making this multi-generational investment in Link Light Rail, and it's the best for aviation if that transit route to the airport is as efficient as possible for travelers and it's going to attract the most travelers. I looked at their projected travel times, and if you are in approximately Capitol Hill, which is the neighborhood in Washington, the most densely populated neighborhood in Washington, and the least likely place for you to own a car. It's the lowest percentage of car ownership. Will it take about the same amount of time for you to take Link from Capitol Hill to Everett at full build out than it will from Capitol Hill to Sea-Tac? It's within a couple of minutes. If the station is as convenient to the Everett terminal as the Sea-Tac station is to Sea-Tac, then that's a wash. If there's a shuttle bus thrown in, then all of a sudden that's a substantial number of people that are going to continue choosing Sea-Tac over potentially choosing Everett. So I asked them to reach out and present to us, and I asked our group to be included as an interested party in the Everett Link planning. They said we're not quite at the stage where we would be put on a list like that, but we're happy to come and talk about where we are in our planning and take questions from the group. But up front, I think we have an interest in persuading Sound Transit to make a transit to airport transfer at Everett as absolutely convenient as possible, budget recognized. So that's why we're hearing from them. And then the last, that's the last thing. We have public comment at 3:30, and then a discussion of the Yakima agenda at the very end. So, any thoughts on thoughts, questions, feedback? It did occur to me that, Ms. Richard, if the Embry-Riddle professors can start ahead of 11 o'clock, we can always take a shorter break and start it a little bit ahead of time.
They are online right now, so I believe they're ready to begin as soon as you say.
Okay. Well, does anyone want to take just a couple minute break and then pick up at like 10:50? I see a lot of thumbs up. So, all right, let's pick back up at 10:50, and we'll start with the Embry-Riddle presentation. All right, I'll introduce our two speakers. We have Professor, and you feel free to give yourself. All I have is your names and title. Professor Carlos Castro from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, and Dr. Ahmed Abdelghani from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. So, good morning to both of you, and you have the floor.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. Carlos, are you starting? Can you hear us, Carlos?
Sorry, I've been working with Teams so long that I'm getting confused with Zoom. Good morning, everybody. My name is Carlos Castro. I'm from the Center for Aerospace Resilience Systems at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. With me, Dr. Ahmed Abdelghani, who is the Associate Dean of Research at College of Business at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University as well. Today, we want to present an overview of what CARS is, the Center for Aerospace Resilience Systems, and who we are, what we do. And after that, we're going to jump into the general assessment of the aviation ecosystem, some initial thought about congestion problems that Dr. Abdelghani will lead. So CARS is a research and development center supporting faculty, staff, and students as part of the university, but we also provide consulting services to private industry and the government. What you're seeing here as resilient challenges are our areas of expertise, going from the cybersecurity part through airspace systems, advanced air mobility, operations resilience, training solutions, AI, ML, data science, autonomous systems, space systems. Those are our areas of expertise, and we develop research on those. But we are more than just research. We also develop training curriculum to the community of interest. We develop the curriculum, we provide the training, aviation, aerospace, cybersecurity, system safety. We are involved in safety requirement, risk assessment, and those. And we have the expertise to lead and facilitate tabletop exercises, capture the flag, and capstone projects as well. We have been doing that with the FAA for the last 4 years, and one was our project. As I say, CARS is kind of an umbrella organization. We group all our research lab across campus, whether it's the main campus of Daytona Beach or our sister campus at Prescott. We also have the worldwide campus all over the place. The benefit of this is that we can pool resources from different colleges depending of the project that we are working on, depending on the requirements. We can bring, for example, for a cost-benefit analysis.
Sound is breaking. Hello?
I'm sorry?
You broke for a second. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So depending on the requirements, for example, a cost-benefit analysis, we can bring personnel from College of Business, or if we need to develop some system or application, we can bring people from College of Engineering. But we also have full-time employees at the center. We have great students, undergrad, graduate, and PhD candidates, but we know that they graduate and leave. But having full-time personnel will assure you the continuity of any project because the knowledge transfer is always there. One of the research labs that we group under the umbrella of CAR is the NEAR lab, which is basically Embry-Riddle's engineering arm for the FAA NextGen program. We have been working with the FAA NextGen program for about 15 years, basically doing proof of concept, rapid prototyping, simulation and modeling, everything regarding air traffic management, whether it's legacy or future concepts. Now, the aviation ecosystems. as it was mentioned before, we were trying to give an overview of how we will approach an analysis like this. So this is what I call the triad. 3 different sectors, highly dependent of each other. Aircraft, which includes OEMs, manufacturers, and users, airlines, GA, private, commercial, leisure, airports, whether are commercial or private or GA, and also the airspace. Any operation that is executed or performed within the National Airspace Systems, the NAS, including space operations. So at this time, we know that they're highly related, and any decision that is made in one of the sectors will affect positively or negatively the other 2 sectors. So we'll start asking ourselves the basic question: what are we trying to solve? Or what are we trying to improve? Is this an immediate solution, something that we want to implement in the next few days, in the next few months? Or is this a long-term solution, something that we need to look into forecasts 5, 10, 15 years ahead? Are we using current technology? Or are we expecting to use future technology? Everything is impacted by these kind of questions, and that's why we have to evaluate the ecosystem as a whole. So for example, the aircraft. We need to look into 2 major considerations: aircraft type and type of service. I will start by the service. For the service, we look into 2 items here. The type of operation, right? Is this passenger operations, cargo operations? Depending on the type of operations, the aircraft type would be assigned to that specific route. Is this commercial? Is this regional? Is this cargo? Is this final destination? Is this a transit, for example? Will these be heavy, medium, or small planes? Are these equipped with the right technology? Now with the new airspace modernization, we have more advantages to use with technology. And also the frequency. The operation will vary through the year, right? Do we have a normal schedule? Do we have a seasonal schedule, holidays, special events, sports, concerts, other type of events, or non-conventional in case we have agricultural or firefighting or other type of operations. So the reason I'm saying this is because the peaks in the throughput, the movement, the aircraft movement, will be different through the year. So depending of the demand and supply. At this point, we're looking into the type of aircraft, which is defined by the operation that the provider wants to perform. Is this a passenger operation? Is this a cargo operation? Is this regional? Is international? Is this a GA? So obviously the performance of the aircraft is gonna vary depending of the type of the aircraft and the airport where the service is provided. So when we jump to the second sector of the triad, the airspace, basically two aspects has to be looked into this, the current stage and the future stage. And again, we look into this same metrics because they're highly related. We start looking into what is the demand, what is the supply? Do we have well-defined routes? Do we have the playbook routes? Those are the routes that are used in non-conventional of nominal situations. Are they good enough? Are they serving their purposes? Or into the future stage, again, forecast. It is something that is gonna be 10, 15, 20 years out. Are we thinking to use the same airspace, or are we thinking that we are going to modify the airspace and it's going to be what we call the new airspace? This doesn't happen in months, sometimes happen in years. So that's something that you always have to keep in mind when you're looking for that improvement, that solution. When we go to the airport part, basically, I can concentrate all the questions all the parameters, the key indicators, and the characteristics in any of the sectors. At this point, I place the airport as my last item, but it could be the first item too. I will ask this exactly the same questions. Demand and supply, the services, what is the forecast? I teach advanced airport modeling, and one of the first slide that I show my student is a poster that says the good, the bad, and the ugly. For those who remember that movie, because it's a perspective. If you solve an issue or improve a situation for one of the sectors, let's say that you improve your airport, it might be causing an issue for the airspace. Or if you improve your airspace, it might be causing an issue for the airport and vice versa. So everything has to be seen as a whole, and we need to start looking into a balance for that. In order to give you a better depiction of what I have been talking so far, I chose 3 different use cases regarding airports. In this case was the implementation of the Airbus 380 into JFK and ALX. So, for example, the JFK situation, when they agreed to receive and to provide service to this type of aircraft, they had to go through 3 major structural designs and reconfigurations. The first one, it was related to the weight of the aircraft. For that, they had to reinforce the pavement of the aprons and the gate areas. They were receiving. Yes? Any questions? Okay. Now this is a 2-deck airplane, so therefore they have to modify the terminal in order to provide new bridges and accommodation to embark or disembark the number of passengers that this aircraft can carry. And obviously this was affecting the terminal. Why? Because now you got a greater number of passengers arriving or departing at a specific point in time, meaning that the facilities, concessions, services provided by an airport has to be upgraded in order to accommodate this demand. In the case of Los Angeles, it was a little bit different. They had the capability to handle this type of airplane. However, the way that they route the airplane from the runway to the terminal and from the terminal to the runway, for that to happen, they have to do a full stop on operations. Everybody was stuck at the airport. Nobody could taxi. Some taxiways were closed. Trucks were stopped. All the operations we're handling were stopped in order to route these airplanes. So this caused delays, congestions at any of the department that you might think the airport can handle. And there is another issue that it will happen at any airport where this aircraft is used, which is the airspace issue. A normal aircraft separation goes from 3 nautical miles to 5 nautical miles. When you include super heavy, which is the new category that they assigned to this type of airplane, now the separation went from 3 to 5 to 5 to 8. So now you can imagine trying to handle the same frequency, the same itinerary from every other airline with a longer or bigger separation. So now ITC has an issue. Now they have to accommodate the throughput at the airport, trying to get as close as possible at the original itinerary. Creating, obviously, when you're getting close to the demand, you start creating delay. My last use case regarding seeing the aviation ecosystem as a whole was the Seattle airport. I think this is a great airport to study. The fact that it's an international hub, but also is a regional airport connecting not only the state but the country. We have the regional feeders to the airport, and we have medium and long haul airplanes coming from the East Coast, trying to get to Seattle to come from domestic passenger to the international passengers now. So even though you have the same passenger, you have two different behaviors, meaning that you have to deal with facilities. Now you have to have customs, you have to do TSA for international operations, and the airport facility has to be able to handle different type of aircraft, regional aircraft, long, medium, and small whole aircraft, and the additional the cargo operations. The fact that the objective of my cargo bullet right here is to analyze how to decongest an airport. Sometimes you look at cargo, like let's separate cargo from our main airport. Let's put that operation in a different location. But you have to evaluate different factors. If you go to traditional parcel companies like FedEx, UPS, you might be able to say, yes, I can separate them from my airport and decongestion my main airport. However, you need to be sure that you can provide the ground connectivity and the intermodal connectivity that these companies are going to need to handle the cargo once they are not in the main airport. Also, we have traditional companies like Alaska, American, Delta, providing cargo services using their own planes, which you cannot detach from the passenger service. So now you are looking into another type of issue when you look into the aviation ecosystem. My last slide is regarding technology. The FAA, the government, has been working with NextGen. Some of the concepts are already being implemented, and we're still working with them on newest concepts and systems. But for example, the system-wide information management, SWIN system, is basically a centralized location for information. Now, what it gives you is a common picture. The decision-making process is facilitated as every single actor will receive the same information so they can get along and agree with what decision would be. Satellite navigation, ADS-B, which is another advance in the latest years, allows you to have a more precise location of the aircraft, which create the 4D trajectory concept and the Arnold's procedure concept. So now airplanes who are well equipped can fly specific procedures more accurate. It can be more timely, and the separation can be more precise. So helping ATC to manage and handle all the aircraft operations. Future concepts that are currently in testing, like aircraft planning, FFIs, or fly and flow information for a collaborative environment. This is another concept that will allow different stakeholders at different points or different parts around the world to handle information and being able to plan how the aircraft is going to be handled and served every time that is handed off from one sector to another sector through a final destination, making your planning process more efficient. So this is my part, just going to the operations point of view from the ecosystem. I will handle this now to Dr. Aldegani, who is going to provide a broader view outside the airport.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Carlos, and thanks for the introduction. My name is Ahmed Abdelghani. I'm the Associate Dean for Research at the O'Malley College of Business at Embry-Riddle, Daytona Beach campus. Today, actually, I was asked by Carlos a few weeks ago to if I was willing to maybe put a presentation on congestion at airports and also accessibility to airports in general, serving this work group here, and it's my pleasure to provide this presentation. So, Carlos, if you can, when we asked, yeah, you can move to the next slide. So my agenda, actually, we're going to talk about current state of congestion, and then we'll talk about how congestion is formed, how, like we get congestion, and then this will focus on interaction between demand, supply, and control. Then we will cover a little bit about what is a hub and spoke network paradigm and the time banking of airlines. Then we will talk about airport accessibilities. Meanwhile, through the presentation, I had the opportunity to collect some statistics about the situation in Sea-Tac and Seattle in general, so I will share those as well. We're going to talk about strategic capacity expansion options. What are the options that are available? Key insights and recommendation at the end. Everything here is kind of fluid because this is like a short-term project. We started maybe like 3 weeks. And whenever I'm thinking about it, I tell myself I could have put another slide here. I could have talked about this here. So this is not complete. It might also not be 100% accurate because it's based on data collection from mainly the internet. I'm not from the area. It might be good because we don't have any players in the game. So our opinion or our feedback here is kind of normalized. But still, hopefully it is going to be useful for most of the audience here. You can move to the next slide again. Okay. So we started by looking at the situation we have here, what are the location of the airports in terms of the city. You can see that Sea-Tac here in the south. We have Bainfield in the north. Those are Sea-Tac, of course, the major airport. There is a secondary local airport in the north. We will look at both options here. The first thing we did actually is when people said, okay, there is a problem of congestion, I started to look at service congestion in the area around the airport. I started just going to Google Map and highlighting the congestion map, starting since we have our time here is 3 hours ahead, so I can look at starting 6 o'clock in the morning, which is a slide on the top left. See that, on the highway near to the airport, I-5, I believe it's kind of still not much traffic yet, kind of yellow. And then 7 o'clock, you started to see some red, not only on the highway, but also in the arterial next to it as well. Move on. We started, while I'm sitting in my office getting a few slides, I looked deep inside the access route to the airport. I also can see at 7 o'clock in the morning. This is an average day in the week. I could see some red. I hope you can see it in the middle of the slide here, just east to the airport. Go ahead, Carlos. Yeah. Again, 9 a.m., you can see that more red coming into the picture, then at 10 o'clock as well. So just to get an idea, is it like a persistence congestion through the day? And then a very important question, how this congestion is impacting accessibility to the airport. This has to be studied. And is the airport actually is contributing to that congestion? Is it those people are just commuting regularly in the neighborhood, or those are the traffic heading to the airport and maybe employees working to the airport? We need to start looking at that as well. Yeah, you can move on. I think the idea is complete here. We started to look at population growth. Like we can tell, Seattle has 2.2% growth, and it's number 4. This is actually back in 2024. So there is a significant growth coming in the area. Everybody knows that. But it's always good to benchmark numbers and look at numbers. Again, here, cities with biggest population increase. You can see that Seattle somewhere in the middle, like maybe number 10 or number 9 in the list. So this confirms other statistics as well. It's a growing community. This means that the problem is if we see it today, we're going to see it tomorrow as well, with maybe a significant condition. But also looking at the situation nationwide, I found this chart here, which is looking at flight delays. And here we have to be careful when we are looking at flight delays. Usually I'm an airline guy, like I'm not an airport guy. I started my career at United Airlines, and we define delay as if the flight is delayed more than 15 minutes or more at the arrival. So I'd say here in Seattle, it is 10 minutes of delays. Average nationwide 17. So you look at the East Coast, the numbers are much higher than that. But again, our problem is not only flight delay, it's the airport travel experience. Since you leave home until you are sitting on your seat on a departing flight. So, but again, numbers will help also understanding what is really going on. So how the congestion is built? Actually, I came, maybe I didn't introduce myself. I came from a degree in transportation systems back in 2001 from University of Texas. And the first things that they taught us how to look at the system is to look at this triangle and say each system has three angles, which is you look at the demand of the system, you look at the supply of the system, you look at the control of the system. And I'm going to give you examples on the service transportation and on the aviation system. So you can move, Carlos. For example, here for the aerospace, if we are talking about what is the demand for my aerospace system, and this could be typically the flights that need to get in and out from that system. And back to the Professor Castro presentation when he talked about the system is not only the airport, it's the aerospace and everything. The supply is the runway capacity, gates, and so on. The control, you might have some control, you might not, but you might have slot control, you might have some traffic management control, cost, maybe you increase landing fees at some airports to be selective on which airline can come and so on. For service transportation, similar thing. We need to look at demand, people and cargo movement. Supply is the roadways, the public transportation, parking, and so on. It's a big system by itself. Then control is tolls, traffic lights, special use lanes, and so on. So this is exactly how the committee should be looking at the system in general, because as Carlos says, it's an interacting component. So when you are looking at a problem, is the problem is coming from the demand? Is the problem is coming from the supply? Is the problem coming from the management, which is the control? Okay, so this is what you need to look at. So, okay, how congestion is built in most of the major airports worldwide? Because of what you see in front of you here is the hub and spoke network. What is a hub and spoke network? It's a structure of airline network. People here in the airline communities, you understand me here very well. Airlines select a major airport to work as a hub, and they schedule their flights in what is called a time bank. What is a time bank is that they bring a sequence of arrivals, like the green here, like this is the time line. You can see that this drawing here, it's a timeline starting at any time all the day. And then those green lines on the left is like arrivals. Then you schedule a few flights for departures. When you are doing that, you try to create a sequence of good connections, like you bring sometimes flight from east, then you send flight to the west, such as that somebody will buy a ticket connecting at your hub from an east destination, then connect at your hub, then take another connection to the west destination. And by doing that, the airlines are able actually to increase ridership on their flights because you know what? It's not only the local traffic that's using the flights that are coming to the station, but also connecting the traffic as well. So this is like a technique the airline is using to increase ridership on their flights. I hope this presentation is clear. It's just an example, like a toy example. I put it in my classes for students, like a small hub here, like representing maybe Atlanta. You bring a flights from Detroit, Chicago, some flights from north. Then you schedule a few flights to south. And by doing that, somebody from Detroit, he can buy a ticket to go to Orlando, MCO, or Miami, MIA, or to Dallas, Fort Worth, CDF, and Tampa, Tallahassee, whatever, in the south. And same if you are from JFK, traveling to Miami, you can connect at this Atlanta hub and so on. So this is like a technique used by airline to increase ridership, as I said. What is the disadvantage here from the air? Like for an airline, it's a beautiful system. It gives them power at the hub because it's very difficult for an airline to come and compete with them if this is my hub, because they have the capability to fill connecting the traffic as well. How many flights you can bring at the same time? This is the questions that airline ask. It depends on resources. How many aircrafts, how many gates, how many ground operation crews, how many, all the resources. Because if you are bringing flights from Detroit, Chicago, they are coming around the same time, 3 p.m., for example. So if you are bringing, let's say, 5 flights, you need 5 aircraft, you need 5 crew, you need 5 ground operations, you need 5 gates, because those 5 aircraft will park at 5 gates and so on. So it's high resource problem. And this is why the airlines typically select a large station like Atlanta, Chicago, Dallas, Seattle to work as a hub, because they need to bring tens or hundreds of flights at the same time. The more flights you bring, the more connections you build. Okay? So let's move to the next slide. And this is what it happens after you look at now. Okay, let's look at what's happening over time, arrival departures. Airlines actually build what's called time banks, which is waves. So you see here, this is like an example a few years ago from Charlotte Airport, showing the number of arrivals over time. So you can see that those waves are happening, which is a time bank is in the airport is quiet, then another time bank is in the airport is quiet, and so on. Now the question is, how the number of arrivals, airlines need to, or actually act as greedy. As I said before, more flights coming, more good for them if they can handle it, okay? But how close they are, this is the demand to the airport. This is the demand of our system. And you can see that demand is not uniform. Demand has peaks, exactly like, when you are going to work 7 o'clock in the morning, or you are leaving from work at 5, there is a peak. And the time bank is creating peaks at the airport as well. Multiple peaks, morning peaks, like you can see here, 8 or 9 of them throughout the day. The peak is not a problem. It becomes a problem when demand is touching supply or touching capacity. This is when we start actually getting problems in the system, okay? So this is one thing that it should be analyzed. It should be analyzed. Of course, all of you know that, this is a slide for maybe people who are not aware about the system. Seattle is a big hub for Alaska Airlines. It's number 1. Delta Airlines also is building an international hub to connect over the Pacific, and Horizon is also there as a regional carrier. And most of the major airlines, they fly to the airport, but the airlines that are creating peaks in the schedule most likely is going to be Alaska, because it is their major hub there. And of course, I have to say that when 2 airlines exist at the airport, sometimes you compete at the good time. We know that, for example, in the airline industry, most of the people wanted to travel after their work day, like 6 p.m. So all airlines wanted to schedule some departure at 6 or 6:30 p.m. Alaska will wanted to do that. Seattle, Delta wanted to do that, and so on. So sometimes the peaks becomes more problematic if the schedule of 2 airlines are on the top of each other. It's not one airline at a time. It's multiple airlines competing at the same time. Like, I am leaving my office at 5, and my colleague next door leaving his office at 5. He's not going to wait for me 30 minutes until I leave, and then the network is empty, and then he will leave. Some people are smart, they are doing that, but like if there is an incentive for me to depart at 6:30, because this is when the demand really wanted to travel, I will try to schedule at that big time no matter what. Not only that, you can go to the back slide. It's important also to understand, like the other slide, Carlos, the one before. The one before. It's important also to understand, like the other slide, Carlos, the one before. I'm not sure. I can explain it here. It's not only the airline is working by itself. The airline has partners as well. Like if Alaska, for example, is working with codeshare partners, or it's part of the One World Alliance, other airlines bring a flight to Seattle, to such that Alaska will connect their own passenger somewhere else. Like if you bring some flight, for example, from Singapore by Singapore Airline to Seattle, the passenger going to, for example, Chicago, he will use the partner, which is now Alaska Airline, to connect the traffic to Chicago. So again, because later we're going to talk about, can I really separate airlines? No, airline doesn't need to be separated, because those are my partners. They bring their flights, such as that they increase the ridership on my flights as well. Okay, so now we talk about demand and supply, back and demand supply. If demand is reaching supply, we started to see some signs of inefficiencies. And probably, I heard in the early in the day, some people said, I traveled out of Seattle 4 days last month and it's horrible. This is exactly what we say now. There is problems. There are somebody seeing some diagnosis here. There are some issues in the system. And typically the first thing to see is you start seeing delays, right? You start seeing some queues. You start seeing people are building lines. You start people starting getting frustrated and so on. So think about it. I'm driving on the highway. If the highway is empty, I'm really, I'm very happy because everything is under my control. If the demand is not matching supply, God forbid there is an accident on the highway and there is enough traffic coming, now we'll start seeing a problem that I'm slowing down, then I'm stopping. Why? Because demand is not matching supply. One of the lanes is blocked right now, right? So this is exactly what I'm talking about, demand and supply issue. And you can see that, we see that in many airports, the picture here, when the aircraft are in line waiting for turn to, for example, to depart out of the runway. Again, this is what exactly we say is a time bank theory, or the wave that I talked about, because airlines schedule all the flights to leave at the same time, to come at the same time and then depart at the same time. So you will see that this kind of congestion kind of behavior. Okay, so I hope this tells you an idea about, congestion. Where is congestion? So if we really need to look at the problem, we might start looking at, are we close to, so where is demand and supply are? Are we close to this situation? And not only here in Seattle, can we benchmark against somewhere else? Because benchmarking, actually, when I started to compare, I will be able to understand better. When we talk about local airport accessibility, I found this slide here coming from another airport in Washington, Baltimore. They did a survey trying to, back in 2019, what is the mode of transportation to the airport? And because why I put this slide, because our conversation back with people from DOT, they said, okay, can we talk about intermodal phenomena? We know that the trip to the airport, like majority of us would prefer some car, either my own car and then I park at the airport, or maybe somebody from my family or my friends will give me a ride, or I take an Uber or a Lyft, or I take a cab. Going to public transportation is less on my priority. Why? Because it depends on my travel. If it's a business, I'm not going to save for my business. Like it's my Embraer, my account will pay for it, right? If it's my family, it's very inconvenient to take my family and my kids, or my family and my children, and for luggage and so on, and put them in a train or a bus to go to the airport. It's very inconvenient. I'm not sure anybody will be happy on that. And also depends on the metropolitan area itself. In some metropolitan areas, yes, the trip through the bus is very convenient, or through the train system is very convenient. Some are not. So it's not a common statement through all the system. But you can see the statistics here. Transit is only 7% and the other is 9%, but 51% is auto, ride and taxi. It's only, let's say, 8. We're in the 80s already. We have to be realistic here. We have to be realistic when we are putting options that will work. Okay. let's move on. Now let's say, okay, what are the options? Like this is just a general thing. I'm not really telling you go do this or do that, but how to think about it. You can say I'm doing nothing, or I will build a new airport, and this airport will replace the current one. This is a big difference. Or I'm building supplementary capacity in a new airport, but I'm going to keep Seattle. Each one of them has its own problem. And I'm sure you guys started, when thinking about this problem, you started to realize that. I'm not going to go through each one of them because this might be a big work by itself. But just to understand, if I kept, you can move to the next slide. You can, I just put a tabularize it here. You wanted to look at our airlines are willing to relocate. All the stakeholders here. Like if I'm staying at the airport, if I built a new airport, replacing, okay, so all of us gonna move to the new airport. That might be a case. Are we putting a new capacity? Who is moving and who's staying? Passenger catchment area. Where is that new airport? Is it close to most of the people living? Because people prefer, the airport that's close to my home. Why? Not only my home that has better service, like if Alaska is here, I'm going to go and it's close to my home. Why I go to the other airport? Passenger accessibility, impact on businesses. I know maybe of you here are representing business as well. What is delay and congestion, transition timeline, cost, and so on. You can keep adding to this list. But of course, it's a big study by itself. Depends on the locations. It depends on a lot of things. But in this case here also, I have to remind you, we are not starting from scratch here. We have many cases that has been in that situation and many studies looking at, starting a new airport or expanding capacity. Because when you look at expanding capacity and building another airport, now it became like the problem of competition between airports. Are these two airports are completing each airport or competing with each other? Are they under the same or management entity or ownership entity, or they are different entities? All of those questions need to be discussed in your studies. I hope we are good in time. So key recommendation, I think it's more studies on benchmarking. Like if you just need to take my 2 cents here, more studies with benchmarking to start to understand where are you. And when you are saying benchmarking what? Benchmarking everything. Benchmarking is airline peaking behavior. Benchmarking is how much time from each neighborhood to the airport at different time of the day by different transportation modes. Benchmarking, for example, the delay of the flight, benchmarking how much time I'm standing in TSA lines, benchmarking how much time it takes me to find a parking, all of that, benchmarking your system such as that now you are able to put yourself on your hand on, oh, there is a problem. And then we start looking, okay, on the solution. Maybe if it takes me more time to find the parking, maybe the problem is just the parking. Maybe take me more time actually to stand in the TSA. Maybe we need to work on this problem. Is this an airline capacity problem? Do we need to build more gates, or do we need to work with airlines to tell them, wait a second, here you are building congestion and you are hurting yourself and others, and so on. So this is the situation. And while you are doing that, case studies, you look at other presentations as well, other cases as well, what has been done in similar communities, similar metropolitan areas, such as that you have more confidence in your results. I think this concludes my my presentation, and we'll be happy, like to maybe take questions maybe later, or we'll work with the guys from DOT. Thanks for the invitation and thanks for the opportunity.
All right. Well, thank you very much. That's a tremendous amount of information in 45 minutes. Does anyone else have questions? I'm looking for hands raised. Okay, Ms. Crank.
Yes, thank you both for this presentation. And I had a question. You addressed some of it towards the end about passenger accessibility. And my question is, how much is, when you talk about passenger accessibility, how much do you believe is disability incorporated in that assessment? Because I think about that now as someone who is now dealing with one, and like, I see all this stuff. I feel like is from a able-bodied perspective. But what happens when we're talking about older adults or someone with disabilities and that accessibility piece? Do you feel like that gets folded into some of this discussion, or is it something that you believe that we should be doing more of?
It should actually. It should. It should be big part of this. I'm with you on the same boat. Actually, my mother-in-law, I was waiting for a phone call from the gates because physical therapy is coming for my mother-in-law. She broke her hip, and yeah. And now we start to think about accessibility. Our trip to the airport in the future, if she's traveling with us, of course, it has to be there. And this is why I said public transportation sometimes might not be a good option, or was not good help in that category. But yeah, it has to be part of the study. All type of people, traveling. So it has to be part of it. And I'm sorry if I missed it. I thought this is like it's kind of given.
No, you're totally fine. I was just waiting for that piece, and again, when you address the different airports too, I think about Payne Field, and I actually, I love Payne Field, and I fly out of there more often than not and pay the premium, because part of it is I don't have to trek that far.
Actually,
It's a shorter pathway from a physical accessibility standpoint for people to maneuver through, as opposed to having to go through multiple terminals and all these other things. So I'm always kind of thinking about that now, as how is physical accessibility being factored into some of these suggestions around how to proceed in this work.
I agree. Last time when meeting with DOT guys, we introduced maybe as ideas of you can create some accessibility options other than what we have seen right now. I talked to them about what American Airlines is doing in Philadelphia when they are creating satellite check-ins, so you can actually check in a satellite location, typically the regional airport. There is a TSA there is a boarding pass there. You board the bus and you check in your luggage. And then you board the bus as if it is a flight connecting, take you to, let's say now to Philly, but you are not going to go through security again. You're going to go to the terminal right away because you already have done, you have your boarding passes, you have your luggage checked in, you have been going through security already. And now, this is going to be a better experience than you do it yourself through the large terminal so there are some creative ideas. It helped, if I found this opportunity, because we live in Daytona Beach, we travel out of MCO Orlando a lot. Big difference experience when I travel out of Daytona Beach Airport, no lines at all, So if they allow us to check my bags here and I ride a bus here, take me to Orlando, other than my car, I park my car here in Daytona and then I go to Orlando, but I don't need to go to the long security line any longer. I think this will be a high option on my travel, because already I saved the hassle at Orlando Airport.
Thank you for that. That's a great idea too.
Yeah. Mr. Reardon.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know how much time we have for questions, but that was a fantastic presentation, and thank you for giving that to us today. A couple of things that always come to mind, and you kind of touched a little bit about it, but obviously, our situation here in Seattle is capacity, landside, terminal, real estate, obviously touched on the congestion, and the big players, the 800-pound gorillas. We have Benjamin with us today, but the airline's going to be critical in the future of working with what we do and where we go in the future. At any rate, can you touch just a little bit about if we spread out the capacity from, let's say, take some from Sea-Tac, give some to Payne, start talking about even something even south. Well, how do the airlines feel and I know we only have Alaska with us today, but how do the airlines feel about competing with themselves, and how do they look at this? I know it's a big picture. You know, you touched the demographics. You know, Seattle just broke 800,000 people recently, so the demographics are growing. The status quo is not going to be an option that we can take. At any rate, I appreciate your thoughts on that.
I'm sorry to tell you the truth is like airlines will not like that option to spread, to compete with themselves at a different airport, because as I told you, their business model is to bring connections. Even it's a small regional flight coming, like 100 miles away or 50, 170, whatever. I need this to be, because it might be bringing 50 connecting passengers. Those connecting passengers are going to feed them to maybe flight to Fairbanks, Alaska, Anchorage, Alaska. So I cannot, even my cargo is going to connect as well. So because like the discussions, can we split the cargo? Can we split? Typically, like for example, you have Allegiant, for example, might be an airlines that work point to point. I'm just bringing the traffic to this area. I'm not connecting anywhere else. I'm taking traffic from this catchment area of this airport, and I'm sending it back to my origin. So those are the airlines that might be flexible to move, as long as you don't have partnership with Alaska. You don't have, they are independent point-to-point airline. They might find those opportunities, appealing to them, especially if it's a low-cost airport, and you are offering some incentive for them to serve those airports. But the big guys to split service, it will not happen at all.
Yeah, that's a pure business decision. Airlines want to be sure that they fill out all the available seats. If you think about it, competing within themselves, that will increase the resource that they need to utilize to fulfill the service, like twice the crew, twice the ground operations, twice the equipment, everything.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I have a question related. What kind of policy levers are there that can be used to incentivize airlines in this, which might otherwise not be inclined to start service or move service to an airport? I mean, you touched on low-cost airports, but what does it mean to be a low-cost airport? And you mentioned subsidies, and then what other levers are there out there? I've heard of slot controls and other things like that. So
yeah, I can start maybe and Carlos, you can add later if you want. Typically, the question is very simple. Airline need to be profitable out of each route they offer, right? So the profit is equal revenue minus cost, right? So revenue first will come from the revenue is the number of passengers multiplied by the fare, right? Is there enough passengers to fill my flight to come to that airport? And the fare is reasonable, such that it covers my cost, right? And it's reasonable revenue for me. Then I'm going to look at the cost side. What is the cost to operate that route, starting from the landing fees, starting from the cost of hiring people there, everything, right? So sometimes airports, they need to attract service. They offer incentives. Some when airline typically start a new route, there's an incentive program that they tell them, until people get to know that you are here, we're going to offer you some incentive, certain amount of dollars for 2-3 years or whatever they agree on, until the route is building momentum, and then that's it. Sometimes the airline sees that as a good opportunity, and they start the route. They are trying to give it some inertia, and it works. Sometimes it doesn't work, so they made it as an experiment and they leave the airport. So typically it's very simple. It's revenue and cost, as long as you are able to contribute here.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm going to add, I think Ahmed had everything covered, is regarding the incentive. We have seen it here in Daytona Beach, is seasonal traffic, right? They provide a lot of incentive for small airlines just to come to Daytona during specific times of the year, just to prove that they are profitable and potentially expand that service through the year.
Mr. Berkman.
I would just add on to that. It's an airliner on an annualized basis is $45 million of run rate cost, a narrow body 737. So it's a significant investment no matter what we're doing. The level of incentives are frankly quite small compared to the overall cost of the operation. From a policy perspective, airports are fairly limited in what they can do legally. Obviously, there's incentives for new air service, but that typically is only able to be things like marketing support for a few $100,000 and waiving landing fees for a period of 2 years. Outside of that, there's a lot of constraints around how airports are able to subsidize or use these funds just in order to keep the playing field level and fair for everyone operating at these airports. So it's very difficult. I agree with what both said around. At the end of the day, it's around the P&L of the route, and that really ultimately drives the decisions more so than any policy standpoint.
All right, Ms. Richard.
Just really briefly, I wanted to comment on what Mr. Brookman just said. I'm not arguing with him, but a lot of the constraints that he talked about financial incentives are constraints that come from FAA around using airport funds to do that. So this group may be able to reduce some of those constraints by recommending to the legislature that non-aviation state funds are used for that. So that's a little in the weeds, but I just wanted to give a little added perspective to Mr. Brookman's comment.
You're right. In theory, if there's an airport that was entirely unbeholden to any FAA funds, of which there's very, very few, if any, you could do kind of whatever you wanted to do. Ultimately, once an airport gets to a certain size and scale and needs those funds for ongoing capital development and operations and maintenance, it becomes inevitable that they're taking funds from FAA. But to Ann's point in the beginning, perhaps.
But just think about if the incentives didn't come from the airport. They came, for example, directly from Washington State.
Very, very interesting.
I thought I saw another hand raised, or maybe it got put back down. I'm not sure.
I just want to confirm is that, it's a whole equation, like those incentive will come on the revenue side, whatever it is. But again, the whole equation has to work and has to be sustainable, over the season, over, considerable time. It's not just, maybe it's working in July, but it's not going to work in September. So it has to be also sustainable because this is like an investment. I cannot just bring a route, hire people, and then next month is not working. It takes our line good deal to evaluate profitability of a route and feasibility of a route before they decide is it going to work or not. This is like a whole department, their network planning team working on short-term, long-term, medium-term planning for their routes. And again, the route also fits into the logistics of aircraft rotations and crew rotation. It's a bigger problem than just putting a line between two points.
All right, Mr. Dunham.
Yes, number one, I'd like to thank our two presenters. I thought it was a great 10 years of experience given into an hour. It really shows what has to go in to making a decision on what you do with an airport. to talk about a second airport and how you get an airline to go. I discovered very difficult in LA when I was trying to get people to go to Ontario. They didn't want to until one airline decided they would, and they started getting a lot of traffic. And then it was amazed how many other people thought it was a good idea. So there's other incentives other than paying them to do it if somebody else is making money there. I just wanted to comment on the fact that, and you didn't use Sea-Tac as an example a lot, but one of the things we have to think about is the people that we deal with that live in our community, and we have to take care of their aviation needs. And I think that's what our committee is supposed to do. And I just looked at some numbers, and over 4 days over the 4th of July, we boarded 258,000 people through Sea-Tac. And that's just the O&D, that's the ones that boarded. That's not the other 30% that were connecting to us. So the roadways, you talked about the roadways, 45 minutes from I-5 to get to the terminal. People were missing their flights. So we have a lot of different things that we have to look at. It's a program like Sea-Tac has so many different parts. I always refer to it as like a big rubber hose. Once you get the traffic in off the roadway, then you have to have parking, then you have to have places for them to get off the passengers, then you have to have ticket counters, then you have to have enough security, then you have to have enough gates, then you have to have enough runways. By the time you get enough runways, you got to go back and start all over with the roadways coming in. So we have a lot of work to do with this committee if we can make any headway to help out the people that live in the Pacific Northwest. And again, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Does anyone else as we were saying earlier, we'll have the opportunity to email questions that might come up outside of after we conclude the presentation. If anyone else has any other questions they want to ask right now, feel free, or we can break for our half-hour lunch break a little bit early and then pick up at 12:30. All right. Seeing no hands raised in the system here, I want to thank both of our presenters and for putting that together. And
yeah, thank you very much. If you really need any help from us, this is part of our community service kind of out of Embry Riddle, so we really appreciate, that you are thinking of us to do this work. But in the future, any kind of this work, we'll be happy to provide expertise. Not necessarily me, we have expertise all over the aviation industry, but we'll be glad to assist. Thank you very much.
I will appreciate the invitation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. All right. Well, we'll break now until 12:30. We'll pick up with the next set of presenters. So, all right. Thanks. Started the recording. So we're back for the afternoon session, and for our 12:30 presentation, I want to welcome Eva Wesley, the Washington State Institute for Public Policy Associate Director for Research, and Morgan Spangler, Washington State Institute for Public Policy Research Associate, with our briefing on the Senate Bill 5161 aviation study from the we looked at briefly this morning the section of the bill that created this and funded the study. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Evan, and thanks so much, everyone, for inviting us to join you today. My name is Eva Wesley, and I'm the Associate Director for Research at the Washington State Institute for Public Policy, which we call WSIP. And I'm joined today by Morgan, who is a researcher here and who is leading our commercial aviation study. We have just a brief presentation for you all today. I know we've got pretty generous time on the agenda, but I think Morgan and I both really prefer interactive, conversation-oriented presentations. So please do feel free to interrupt us with your questions. We want to make sure that we're meeting your needs and answering the questions you have for us as we go. So I'll start out with just a short overview of who we are at WSIP, the kind of work that we do, the way that the legislature generally uses us, and some examples of the kinds of studies we can take on. And then Morgan will speak more directly to the commercial aviation study that she is leading and give you kind of an update on how we're approaching the assignment and the status of the project to date. So again, truly feel free to interrupt us, come off mute, and let us know what your questions are as we go. We're happy to engage with the group. All right, so the Washington State Institute for Public Policy is a nonpartisan research group that conducts rigorous research at the direction of the state legislature or our board of directors, and we are based here in Olympia. We have been around since 1982, so just over 40 years of work. And we really are kind of a unique agency. We are not part of the executive branch. We are not legislative staff. We are a separate entity, and we're actually administered through the Evergreen State College. So I think the legislature uses us, and we're sort of seen as this third-party group that's kind of separate from a lot of the specific interests of those groups. Our mission is to assist policymakers, particularly those in the legislature, in making informed judgments about important long-term issues facing Washington State. And I think these kind of aviation issues that you all have on your mind certainly fall into that category. So what this really means is that we are conducting practical applied research with a nonpartisan lens at the direction of the legislature. And the kinds of things we tend to specialize in are things like outcome evaluations. We do a lot of surveys, economic analyses, and reviews of the research evidence. Our projects somewhat uniquely come to us mainly from the legislature itself. So a vast majority of our projects come to us directly from legislative assignments. So this is when the legislature writes a policy bill with funding attached or puts us in a budget proviso that directs WSIP to do some sort of research study. And the commercial aviation study that Morgan will speak to today is one that came to us this way, which you know because it sounds like you just looked at it earlier today. So this was something that came to us in the transportation budget. We can also take on other work as long as it is approved by our board of directors, and I'll talk a little bit more about them on the next slide. So they can approve us to take on contract work with state agencies or other groups as long as it aligns with WSIP's mission. So it has to be nonpartisan, it has to be research that we can do, it has to be relevant to policymakers. But there are a handful of times when state agencies or other groups might have important research questions, but maybe they just don't have their own research shop or they don't have the expertise on hand to kind of tackle that. So our board can approve us to take on contracts to do that kind of work. And historically, over the past few years, we really have not had space for this because the legislature has kept us so busy. But moving into the next fiscal year, we do have more space for contract work. And so that is something that we are exploring a little bit more because we have space and time to kind of take on additional work beyond our legislative assignments. This slide shows our current board of directors. And what you can see here, it's a 16-member board. And on the top half, you can see there are 8 active legislative members on our board. And we have equal representation from both chambers and both parties on our board of directors. We also have the directors of the nonpartisan research staff at both the Senate and the House on our board. We have 2 folks representing the governor's office on our board, and then 4 leaders from higher education institutions from around Washington state. So from the makeup of our board, you can see that these folks really have an eye to like what are policymakers talking about. They have an eye to that nonpartisan lens because we've got that bipartisan representation. And then we also have folks who are really keyed into like the research world and the rigor and the quality of our work. So our board kind of contains both of those different groups and really, I think, can help steer us in a good direction. Okay, I thought it might be helpful to talk through some of the common assignment types that we get from the legislature as a way of understanding how the legislature tends to use WSIP. So the first category of assignment we often get is an outcome evaluation. And these kinds of studies investigate questions like, does this policy affect that outcome? Or is this program producing the impacts that we expected to see? And the legislature gives us assignments like this, maybe when there's some big program that Washington has been implementing for a while and they want to know, like, is this really working? Is this producing what we want it to produce? This is expensive. Does it get us what we actually want? So that kind of study answers those questions. We also can do a lot of evidence reviews and meta-analyses, and these answer questions like, what does the existing research tell us about the impacts of a certain kind of policy? Or what are the most effective or least effective programs in a certain space? And the legislature comes to us with this kind of research question when they're thinking, when there's like a big problem they need to tackle and they aren't sure what the best options are. So that's when we can really go to the research and say, well, these kinds of policies tend to be effective, these kinds aren't. And so it kind of helps the legislature narrow down in their decision making when they're looking at that kind of problem. Another kind of assignment I think we're really known for is our benefit cost analyses and our other economic analyses. So the example question here of, do the economic benefits of a program outweigh the costs of providing it? I think that's really a classic benefit cost question, but there's a lot of different other kinds of economic analyses that we have done and can do. And I think it's probably obvious why the legislature would care about this, but things cost money in the state and they're really wanting to understand what are the investments where we can expect a good return. There's a lot of other kinds of things we can do. Those are sort of the three classic WSIP approaches, but there's a lot of other stuff we can do. And I think the commercial aviation assignment that Morgan will speak to today is a good example of something that doesn't fit in those earlier buckets, but does, require our expertise. So we can do things like conducting or analyzing surveys. We can examine policy approaches in other states. We have provided research consultation to work groups or advisory boards. We've got inventories of evidence-based practices that we can build out. And we also are just really good at looking at existing data and examining changes in populations or programs over time. So those are all some other kinds of things that WSIP can do. I think it's important to know, though, that we do not make recommendations in our reports. And part of this has to do with our nonpartisan lens and our kind of third-party neutral approach. So in our reports, you'll see us discuss our findings. We'll say, we found this program had this kind of effect on people. It costs this much money, but we won't take that next step and say, well, and therefore the legislature should increase the funding or should change this policy or should invest in this and not that. Like, we don't take that extra step of making recommendations. What we do is kind of lay the groundwork so that policymakers and other decision makers have the information they need to include it in their decision-making process, but we don't actually take that step of making the recommendations ourselves. So that, I think, is probably somewhat unique to us. All right, so we are currently working on quite a few different things. We have researchers on staff with a range of expertise. We are working in projects across areas like cannabis legalization, children's services, criminal justice, general government, healthcare, education, and transportation. And the focus for today, of course, is our project on passenger and air cargo forecasts, which was assigned by the legislature in 2024. So before I hand things over to Morgan to talk more about that, I just wanted to flag for you all that we have a lot of resources on our website if you want to learn more about our work or see examples of previous reports. All of our reports are always publicly available, so they're on that publications page on our website. We also have information about our active assignments, including contact information for the project leads if you're curious about learning more. And we have benefit cost findings up on our website for more than 400 programs that we've reviewed over the years. And lastly here, if you have questions about us, I'm always happy to answer them. I'm always happy to talk about our work and potential assignments for us. So please never hesitate to reach out if you are curious about learning more. So I want to pause here. I know I said I love questions, and then I realized I talked very fast, and maybe you didn't have a chance to interrupt me. So does anyone have questions for me before I hand things over to Morgan?
Ms. Lee put in the chat a question, just can we have a copy of this PowerPoint?
Yes, I believe yes, Christina has it.
I have all the PowerPoints. I will email out to the members after the meeting.
All right, great.
Thanks, Christina. Any other questions for me? I will say I'm trying to give Morgan some remote control of my slides, and I'm minimally successful right now. So would love a question so I can have a minute.
Of all of those different areas that you're doing research in, is there, in percentage terms, what are the larger ones and the smaller ones?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think over the years, we've done quite a lot of work in criminal justice and education research. I think those are the areas where we kind of built out our benefit cost model approach and have done really quite a lot of work closely with agencies like the Department of Corrections, JR, OSPI. So those are areas where I think we really consistently get a lot of work from the legislature. And some of that is because those are areas where the legislature spends a lot of money. They spend a lot of money on criminal justice and education. So I think that our services really come to mind for them in that space. I think right now, honestly, it's kind of like one of each in each of these categories. So we can get kind of a unique mix of programs, and it just depends on the season, the session, and what's top of mind for folks. So historically, I would say criminal justice and education, but I think it can be a smattering of things.
Mr. Don's got a question.
Yes, and you don't have to answer this if you care not to.
Sure.
But does the legislature listen to? I know you don't make recommendations, but
we do
have
not.
You found that they actually act on anything that you provide to them?
They do sometimes. I think it's a great question. I mean, they hear from us. They all get all of our reports. Many of them are on our board. We do get invited to present at committees. I think it's really hard because we don't make recommendations. It's hard for me to say where our work specifically has led to some certain change in policy, for example. What I will say is that we seem to really be trusted by both chambers and both parties. For example, in this last legislative session, the assignments we were hearing about, the people who were consulting with us did come equally from both parties and both chambers. And that's really, I think, encouraging to us that we are trusted across the aisle and in both houses. So that's good. I can't say for sure why they ever make decisions that they make, but I do think we're trusted, and that's something.
Thanks, Eva. A question for you. What other projects have you worked on from a transportation perspective?
From a transportation perspective, it's been a while since we've worked in this space, to be totally honest with you. This aviation study is the first one in many, many years. We are just starting to get into this space a little bit more. And so, for example, we have a study coming up on impaired driving, on DUIs and impaired driving. So that will be coming soon. And our cannabis legalization study recently included an analysis on traffic fatalities. So those are the spaces where we've already done a little bit in the transportation space, but this isn't an area where we've built up tons of expertise over time. It is one that we're kind of growing into. I think that some of the well, that's not true. We did a ferry study also. We did a study on Washington state ferries and building them in state versus out of state, like where those contracts should be coming from. So that was a fun and long assignment. So we have done some things, but it's not our biggest topic area. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and I was familiar with the ferry study as well.
Oh, great.
Mr. Wirt.
Yes, I'm kind of intrigued by the fact that you say you don't make recommendations. I'm looking at ESSB 5161, and one of the requirements that it tasks you to do is to conduct a comprehensive literature review to identify effective national and international strategies to reduce demand for air travel, including diverting such demand to other modes, and whether such diversion avoids net environmental impacts to overburden communities and vulnerable populations. That's quite a mouthful, but I find it a little hard to really do that without making some recommendations. How would you approach that?
Well, so Morgan in a minute will speak to how exactly, like the methods they're using and all of that. But I can say in terms of like how we would draw the line on recommendations there, we'll be able to say like, these are some effective programs. These are not. These are how they tend to impact certain communities. And then that will be the end. We won't say, so hello, Washington, you should definitely implement these kinds of measures. We would just stop at saying, like, these are ones that are effective, these are ones that are not. And I think you're absolutely right. Like reading between the lines, that is kind of a veiled recommendation. It's just we won't literally say, hey, legislature, do this because these are the effective programs. We will just say, these are the effective programs. Now do what you will. Does that make sense?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I fully agree that it can be kind of a gray distinction.
It reads like they're asking you to make recommendations.
Yeah, it does.
That's okay. I get it.
Any other questions for me before handing things over to Morgan? I think she is going to get more into this, so I think hopefully that'll illuminate some things for you all.
No questions in the queue.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Eva. I hope you all can see my screen and that transition was somewhat smooth.
We can see, we're still seeing the last page of the first.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, how about now? Did you see that switch?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna just get started then. So, as Eva mentioned, my name is Morgan Spangler. I'm the lead on this project. So the 2024 legislature directed WISIP to conduct an assignment concerning commercial aviation in Washington State. I am thrilled to be working on this assignment with two of our other extremely talented researchers. We have Dr. Corey Breyer and Micah McFeely also on this with me. This assignment has three main parts. An assessment of the passenger and air cargo forecasts that were cited in the Puget Sound Regional Council's Regional Aviation Baseline Study. Hereafter, I'll just refer to that as the baseline study. We will also conduct a literature review to identify effective strategies to reduce the demand for air travel. And we will review existing operational and technological enhancements designed to address the environmental impacts of commercial aviation activities. So I'll briefly touch on each of these three parts. I'm going to give an overview of what we'll be doing in our assignment, what you can expect to see in our final report. That final report is due to the legislature on December 31st of this year. Just like Eva said, feel free to interrupt me. I welcome any questions, although I'm going to preface with I will not be able to share any sort of preliminary findings. So in 2021, the Puget Sound Regional Council published their baseline study that took an overall view of the Puget Sound area's aviation system. In part, this report presented forecasts of demand for aviation in the Puget Sound area across three sectors: commercial service, general aviation, and air cargo. In our legislative assignment, we were asked to look specifically at the commercial and air cargo sector forecasts. So in our assessment and then in our subsequent report, we'll speak to both the outputs and the inputs of these forecasts, meaning there will be an overview of the actual estimates of future demand, and we'll also dive into the inputs of the forecast, like the data and the methodology they use to create their forecast. The second part of our assignment tasks us with doing a comprehensive review of the literature to identify effective strategies to reduce demand for air travel. So in keeping with the intent of our larger assignment, we're again going to focus on commercial air travel. So that'll be either commercial passenger flights or air cargo. In this literature review, we started with over 2,500 unique studies to review. We went through a systematic screening process to filter out studies that were irrelevant and have landed on 24 studies to include in our final analysis that our research team is now reviewing. These studies will look at a wide array of policy changes, everything from tax schemes to flight bans and diversion to high-speed rail, just to name a few different pieces. And then in our report, we'll provide high-level takeaways from the broad literature review. We'll describe the various policies or strategies that were implemented in these studies and present their main findings. We will also speak to any findings that concern vulnerable communities, as was specified in our bill language. And the third piece of our assignment asks us to review existing technological and operational enhancements in the commercial aviation space intended to address the environmental impacts from aviation and to assess the feasibility of implementing those enhancements specifically in Washington. So for the literature review portion, we started with over 800 unique studies in this review. Our research team is currently in that screening phase, processing the hundreds of studies and reports we've collected to filter out the irrelevant ones. In our report, we'll provide, again, the high-level takeaways that our legislative audience can really use. We'll describe the various policies or strategies implemented, present the main findings of the report, and then include any information that would speak to the feasibility of implementing those enhancements specifically in Washington, again, as our assignment language is stipulated. To make sure we're fully addressing the part of our assignment language that asks about identifying the feasibility, we're using an additional two-pronged approach. So first, we're going to engage with stakeholders and other experts in commercial aviation using a semi-structured interview format. And then we'll also review other areas in the US to see what technologies and operational enhancements are being deployed elsewhere. So as researchers, we don't have pre-existing connections to the aviation industry. If anyone here is willing to help us in making those connections, we would greatly appreciate it. We have a QR code here, so please feel free to reach out to Micah, our team member, if you or anyone you know is an industry professional and might be willing to speak with us regarding that feasibility piece of our assignment. So just to give a little recap, our assignment has three pieces. We're going to evaluate forecasts that were previously published in the baseline study. We'll review strategies to reduce the demand for aviation, and we'll review technologies to address the environmental impacts of commercial aviation. Our report is due to the legislature on December 31st, and it will be subsequently published on our website for the public then as well. We'll also make sure that members of the COG are directly provided with a copy of our report when it becomes available. And I would love to come back and present on our findings at your January meeting if that would be of use to the group. Thank you all for your attention. We really appreciated you having us here. My contact information is on screen. Please feel free to reach out to me directly if anything comes up, any questions or follow-up. Again, our QR code is at the bottom if you would like to connect with us and maybe help us in engaging with industry professionals that could speak to the feasibility.
All right. Well, thank you. Anne, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a question so much as a comment. It strikes me that the work that WSIP is doing is different than the work of the COG in that they're looking for ways to reduce demand, while the COG's goal is to figure out ways to accommodate the demand. So really interesting related studies. And Morgan, thank you so much for joining us today, and we're looking forward to hearing your results in January.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us. I appreciate you making that distinction because I was thinking that as well before we presented, is that Yeah, we are specifically not, I mean, we were not asked to consider citing a second airport or any sort of capacity expansions to Sea-Tac or other airports. We were asked specifically to look at the reduction in demand. So that's the direction that our report will take.
Yeah. Mr. Dunham.
Yes, well, actually, I was just going to talk about the same thing Ann did, that it was amazing that it was only reduced demand, had nothing about managing demand. So as Ann said, it looks like we have two different assignments. Ours is trying to figure out how to accommodate the demand that we have, and yours is to how we reduce the demand. And I'm sure Ben might have a few comments on that also. But thank you for the presentation. I'm looking forward to see what your final report will say.
I will second that. Thank you. This is going to be a very interesting read. Then with Alaska Airlines, I'm curious if you plan to analyze the resulting job losses and impact to the community as a result of the reduction in overall air demand.
Yeah, that piece of it is a review of the literature. So if those studies in their findings include those sort of outcomes, we will definitely have that in our report. If they are not included, we won't be able to speak to what those sorts of outcomes could possibly be, and we could present that as a limitation of the study if it didn't include that sort of outcome.
I would thank you. I would encourage you to be transparent about those limitations if those things are not cited.
Absolutely. I hear that feedback. Thanks.
All right. Representative Dent.
Thank you. So I apologize. I wasn't able to watch this presentation. I've been trying to do 2 meetings here, but I wondered if is there something you could send me so I could go over this presentation and kind of get this into my head a little bit.
Yes, I believe the slides will be shared, and if you would like any other sort of follow-up, I can reach out to you directly.
Yeah, I'll be sending the slides out to all the members.
Okay, thank you. Is it Morgan? Is that who was talking?
Yes, that's me.
Thank you. And I may reach out to you after I look at the presentation. Thank you.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it.
Okay.
So I guess I have a question about exactly the parameters, because you're doing a review of the literature on studies elsewhere where demand has been reduced by diverting or trips to other modes, or you listed a list of them. I was wondering if you are also addressing, or if you anticipate that that's going to include a study of how not necessarily affirmative steps to reduce demand, but how demand projections might be affected by events. So the thing I have in mind is my day job is as a federal employee. I fly a fair amount for my work, or used to, until the advent of video conferencing and then changes at the federal budget level as far as additional restrictions on even mission critical travel, let alone mission related but non-mission critical travel. When I was looking at the GSA's, General Services Administration's annual bid process for the federal contract air service program, where the GSA puts out for bids from airlines to serve city pairs at a fixed rate for government travel. GSA anticipated a 50% reduction in federal government employee travel for FY26 in sending out its request for bids for city pairs. And so obviously that wouldn't have been anticipated in the 2021 study, baseline study. So I was wondering how you were planning on looking at factoring in factors like that in your assessment of the baseline study in the future.
Yeah. When we were doing that literature review, there were a lot of COVID related papers that came out that, COVID happened how was demand reduced as a result of COVID? And we made the decision in our review of the literature to not look at studies of how demand was reduced as a result of COVID, if COVID was the only, or some other event like that, was the only event that changed behavior, if it was people not flying because they didn't want to get sick or something like that. But if there was an actual policy change, like an industry encouraging video conferencing or deciding to limit their travel post-COVID, and maybe the increase in video conferencing made that more of an option, if that makes sense. If there was a real policy that we could bring it back to, a policy decision besides just individuals changing their own behavior, then we did include the study.
Okay. My personal professional experience has been travel used to be the standard and video conferencing was the extremely narrow exception. In fact, I think we did no video conferencing. We would only do things by phone. And now video is a standard.
Mm-hmm.
Phone is still a very narrow exception, and travel requires very high level approval. So,
mm-hmm. Yeah, if there was a study, and I can't remember all 24 off the top of my head right now, if there was a study that looked at, oh gosh, I'm so sorry, I just lost my train of thought. If there's a study that looked at a policy change at the federal level of when travel is allowed or not allowed, or when we do video conferencing, then that would have been included.
Thank you. Any other questions? Obviously.
Hi, and thank you for your presentation. I just had a question looking at the bill itself, 5161. Out of the 1.774, is the 94,000 an additional amount, or is that taken out of the first initial amount in Section 5? And is this study then to support the work that we're doing to evaluate and come to our sort of recommendations, or is it separate per this? I'm just trying to understand. I'm a bit confused here as far as the difference between the work that was done in the CAC going forward to evaluate the COG, and now this portion here in Section 804.
Yeah, I will try my best to answer that question, then maybe Eva can answer a little more. We got this study initially in the 2024 transportation budget. I forget if it was a budget or a supplemental budget. Our work is totally separate from the work that the CAC did, the Coordinating Commission, and now the COG is doing. The money set aside to WISIP through Evergreen State College is completely separate from the funds set aside for y'all to do your work.
Yeah, and then I can speak to that $94,000 thing. So when we first got the assignment, it came with $188,000 total for the study, and it didn't need to specify what fiscal years those fell in just because of the way the transportation budget worked. And it's turned out that we wanted to split that perfectly in half. So we got half of that money in fiscal 2025, half of it in fiscal 2026, but that $94,000 in each year totals to the original $188,000 that was in that original transportation proviso when it first was assigned.
Thank you. So I guess one more time, so I'm clear, is this study is not then to help with our sort of collaborative effort to then come to the recommendations, but yet it's a separate study from what we are doing, but in the same bill, 5161, correct?
That's correct, because I believe the bill is just the total transportation budget.
All right.
Thank you.
Record.
And I can add to that just a little bit, Ms. Lee, because I saw this in the 2024 bill. And once again, it wasn't in the part of the bill that was directed to the Aviation Division of WashDOT. or in the same section that dealt with the commercial aviation work group. But I saw the work, and so I thought, this looks similar. And so I started asking questions because in the bill language, it doesn't talk about WISIP. It talks about Evergreen State College. And I was not aware at the time of the WISIP and the great work that they do. So I started hunting around at Evergreen State College, who's there that's trying to do this kind of work, and looked around, and I just could not find the link at all. So then finally, when this budget bill came out, and I have to admit that what we sent you all is just very, very small portions of the overall transportation bill. So I just cut out the portion that refers to the work of the COG, and then the portion that's this work for WISIP. But there's a lot of other stuff in the bill that doesn't have to do with any of this. So yeah, just to confirm, this is completely separate, and that it took me a little bit of stealth to find that these are two things that are linked. And I actually have to give Morgan a bunch of credit because I think she reached out to me and said, hey, we're doing this study similar to you. So we finally found each other, which I think is a benefit to both of us. But just to clarify, and Ms. Lee, you are exactly right. These are not linked. They weren't asked for at the same, like kind of like under the same auspices or anything like that. They just happen to be funded in the same budget. So I hope that answers that question.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Badiola?
Great presentation. I have a two-part question. The first is to Morgan. In looking at you mentioned your three deliverables. The first is the assessment of the forecast. What do you mean by assessment? Are you going to review and update the forecast and report that to us?
That's a great question. So by an assessment, what we are going to do is kind of in plain language, first say what the forecast says. The PSRC came out with this baseline study. It's great work, an incredibly long document. And so we're going to just kind of summarize what are the takeaways, what do they project the forecast will be in 2050 for commercial, like passenger enplanements and air cargo. So that's first, what does it say? And then we will provide an overview of how did they create this forecast. So we're not extending the forecast or updating the forecast or doing our own forecast. We're just providing kind of more of a plain language for legislative members or the public to digest what the forecast says and understand it, and then also give an overview of what went into the forecast, maybe some of the limitations of the forecast, providing bounds of the uncertainty around the forecast, and then also for the years that have happened, because the forecast came out a few years ago, we can provide the actual data and see, how off is the forecast, for instance, for those few years where they were forecasting out and then that time has now happened.
So Morgan, I hear you loud and clear that your audience is the legislature, and that you will be providing that to them. And that makes my second question moot, and I'm just going to share the thought that when there is new and different data that comes about, I think that that it'll be a consideration for the COG to look at. Thank you for explaining it. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Thanks. Mr. Wirt.
So, Morgan, would it be safe to say that when you do this analysis of PSRC's study, that we could pick out of their points where they were perhaps erroneous and others where they were correct? Is that a good way to summarize that? In other words, were they accurate or not? And if not, why?
I think what you can expect to That's a great question. What you can expect to see is, no forecast is going to be perfect, right? So for, again, the years that have already happened, you'll be able to see how far off were their estimates. And then we'll also provide, as our language asks us to do, we'll provide the assumptions that went into the forecast. And you'll be able to see how appropriate do those assumptions seem as individuals like yourselves that know this space and are familiar with commercial aviation. Are they assuming things that seem totally unreasonable to assume to 2050, or do they seem pretty reasonable and in line?
Okay, thank you.
If I can just chime in on that one, this is another way that the legislature does use us sometimes, is to kind of examine the work of others that they've seen, especially if there's controversy or questions about the results. And so what the team is really doing is investigating the approach that they took, like Morgan said, and trying to put in plain language, like, these are assumptions that were made. These ones are kind of in line with best practice. These ones are a little bit unusual, just so that people have a better sense for like where that original forecast came from. But this is something that we've done in other spaces as well.
I have.
All right, Mr. Riordan?
Yes, thank you.
We have had a request. Is it
thank you
possible
for the
to, sorry, is it possible to unshare the slides so that it's easier to see everybody?
Yeah, thanks for that. I just did.
Thanks.
I think I did.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Riordan.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think it's important. The work you're doing is important. I think the summary of the work you will do will be good for the work that we are doing. I've written a lot of airport master plans in a previous career and forecasts. I mean, I hear you saying, or some people asking, can we tell what they did, where they were wrong? Well, forecasting, it's not really a science; it's an art. And they have the best information that the people that put these forecasts together were based on information they have at the time. So, it's dynamic. The economy changes, pandemics happen, offices change. But anyway, there's a lot of things that are different. I don't think that we need to focus on what they did wrong, but I do think that the results of your work that you put together in summary will help us look at what we need to look at as we progress forward in the work we're trying to do. So again, thank you for the work that you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions? All right. Well, I think we should make a note now to have you on our first meeting in 2026, assuming January. I think this year we didn't meet until February, but just to count of schedules and things. But yeah, looking forward to seeing the results. Oh, Mr. Hodgman, a question.
Yes, well, really rather a comment regarding your air cargo portion. I'm assuming you're including the 2018 JTC air cargo movement study.
I will make a note of that to make sure we include. I can't remember off the top of my head, but
okay. Well, and the reason I bring it up because I'm familiar with the PSRC study data as well as the JTC study, and I think following what's been happening at Sea-Tac, we've surpassed the forecasts that were done for both of those studies already. So that might also inform, current day. Well, I should say, the FAA data lags by about 18 months on their website, but I think you could probably reach out directly to Sea-Tac and get some current numbers, which would help inform both the PSRC study and the JTC study as far as the forecast.
Thank you so much. I'll make a note.
And since we're circulating, you had the question about looking for expertise from members of the COG. Since we are circulating the PowerPoint, your contact info and also that QR code are in there. And I mean, there's a lot of expertise amongst the members of the COG. So hopefully folks will reach out and help you all. So
thank you. We would really appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you all very much. And unless there's any other last minute questions, we can recess until our beginning of our next presentation, unless those presenters, let's see, it's the HEAL Act and Climate Commitment Act briefing. If they are ready to go, or we can take a short break and then reconvene at 1:30.
I propose we take a brief break.
Brief break. Okay. All right, let's take a brief break and then we'll come back on in 10 minutes. All right, thank you all very much. All right, good afternoon again, everyone. It's 1:30. Looking to see if our next speaker is logged on.
I'm here.
All right. All right. So, I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Sierra Rodakina, who's the manager at the Environmental Justice Council. Ms. Badiola, I didn't know if you were going to give a little bit more of a presentation or the introduction, or if I should just hand it over to Ms. Rodakina.
Let's just hand it over, and then I can chime in with comments later on.
Okay.
Sierra,
great.
And it's Rodakina.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you all so much for the opportunity to be here. Really looking forward to it. I am Sierra Rodakina. I'm the manager for the Environmental Justice Council, and you all know Councilmember Maria Bazzaiola. Maria was the founding co-chair for the Environmental Justice Council for its first few years, up until February, and now she continues to serve on the council's executive committee. So she will probably help me field questions or fill in gaps that I may miss. The other thing that I'll say is that I don't know what each of you is hoping to get out of this or where your knowledge is on the HEAL Act and the Climate Commitment Act. So I really am open to dialogue as I go. Feel free to stop me, ask questions, ask me to dig deeper, or say, we know all of this, can you skip over the 101 portion? So incredibly flexible with this time that we have together. So let me share my screen. Let me just make sure. I just want to check quickly that as I advance my slide that you're seeing that, because Zoom gives me issues with that sometimes. Are you seeing the slide advance when I move forward off the title?
I see the title.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Are these look like they're advancing?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So again, going to do a briefing on the HEAL Act and the Climate Commitment Act today. I'm going to start with the Healthy Environment for All Act. And just want to really emphasize the intent of the HEAL Act here. The goal is to create transformational change in state government to eliminate environmental and health disparities and improve the health of all people in Washington. And this is done through implementing the recommendations of the Environmental Justice Task Force. This was the group that preceded the Environmental Justice Council and created a series of recommendations that informed the provisions of the HEAL Act. Importantly, the HEAL Act defines environmental justice environmental justice. This is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, implementation of and enforcement of environmental laws, rules, and policies. And this is a very long-standing definition of environmental justice. The EPA has been using it for a long time. Communities have been using it for a long time. The HEAL Act went a little farther to clarify that environmental justice includes addressing disproportionate health impacts, prioritizing vulnerable populations and overburdened communities, and then equitably distributing both resources and eliminating harm. And knowing that environmental justice is rooted in the understanding that environmental harms are often centralized in BIPOC and low-income communities. And if anybody wants to speak or has their hand raised and I'm missing it, please feel free to jump in, or if someone can flag for me any hands. And Bria, do also step in if I'm missing anything important. The goals of the HEAL Act are to incorporate environmental justice into state agency decision-making, to improve government accountability to communities, and to create consistent and accessible pathways for communities to engage in government decision-making. HEAL Act, if you look at implementation, sort of has two buckets, or at least that's the way I think about it. One is the creation and responsibilities of the Environmental Justice Council, and the other is the requirements of the state agencies. I'm going to focus on the state agency implementation first, because I think that helps us understand where the council comes in with regard to that work. So there are 7 agencies outlined in the HEAL Act. Those are the Department of Agriculture, Department of Commerce, Ecology, Health, Natural Resources, Transportation, and the Puget Sound Partnership. The law also allows agencies to opt in. The only agency that's formally opted in so far is the Attorney General's office, but we do have, I think, 6 now listen and learn agencies, those agencies that are engaging in the work with the resources they have, but without formally opting in. And the goal is that it's a coordinated approach to environmental justice. So the agencies are working together. They all have seats on an interagency work group where the work is supposed to be coordinated, both for the impacts in state government and also to minimize redundancies for community engagement and things like that. And I think I forgot to mention that this law passed in 2021, the same year as the Climate Commitment Act. Also, feel free to tell me if I need to slow down. That's one of my growth edges, is to not speak so fast. So working on that. So again, focusing on the agency requirements in the HEAL Act, these are the primary ones, and I will dig a little bit more into each one. There's requirements around community engagement, tribal consultation, integrating environmental justice into strategic planning, environmental justice assessments, and then integrating an environmental justice lens into budgeting and funding decisions. So tribal consultation, this section of the HEAL Act just emphasizes that covered agencies are required to develop a consultation framework in coordination with tribal governments, and that they'll use that framework to offer consultation on each of the deliverables in the HEAL Act. So each of the things that I just read off on the last slide require tribal consultation. I just want to emphasize that this doesn't replace government to government responsibilities for agencies under Chapter 43.376 RCW. So these are complementary. And again, stop me at any point. I know people are coming to the table with all sorts of different expertise and knowledge. So if you want me to fill in anything, let me know. The other major requirement of the HEAL Act is that agencies were required by July of 2022 to adopt a community engagement plan. And this is supposed to really govern the community engagement of their whole agency. So how the agencies are supposed to be integrating the voices of overburdened communities into decisions that are being made at the agency level, or by the agency, I should say. And I will apologize, these slides are text heavy, and I did this because I thought it might be a helpful tool for you all to have as a resource document later. So no expectation to read the content, but I wanted you to be able to go back to the statutory references later. Yeah, Gary.
I guess my question would be more to Anne. Anne, does WashDOT have such a plan?
WashDOT does have a community engagement plan, but I'll remind the COG that WashDOT's providing administrative support to you, but this group is not a committee of WashDOT. And so there are no requirements for the COG to have a community engagement plan. That's the same reason why the Attorney General's office can't provide legal advice to the COG. Yeah, so this is a kind of a funny situation that we've addressed a couple of times here. So for the COG, I believe what we're talking about here is best practices, really good idea, not a legal requirement, if that makes sense.
I think it would be interesting to see the WashDOT community engagement plan to see what we might be able to do as a group, though not covered by it.
I have linked that as in the resources slides at the end of this. I've linked WashDOT's as well as some of the other HEAL agencies. So hopefully that can be a resource.
Okay, thanks.
Right.
Thank you for the question, and I appreciate that normalizing interrupting me, because I do think that makes for a much more interesting hour together. The next large deliverable within the HEAL Act is environmental justice assessments, and this requires all of the HEAL agencies that I listed that starting in the middle of 2023, if they were doing a significant agency action, that they had to do and have to do an environmental justice assessment of that. And the goal of that is to be looking at how would that action impact overburdened communities and vulnerable populations. Should the action move forward? If it would have a harmful impact, can those harms be mitigated? Things like that. And the law does define significant agency actions, which I didn't put in here. It's technical. I'm happy to share that definition if people want, but it gives a sense of the scope of where environmental justice assessments are required to be done. And the law also gives agencies the ability to add actions to their list of significant agency actions, so they can do additional EJ assessments beyond what was initially required. For anybody that's interested to see what they look like, I put the link here to OFM's dashboard. The HEAL Act requires OFM to maintain a dashboard where all of these are posted, so you can see all 7 HEAL agencies, which ones they're working on, which ones are completed, and then access those reports. The next big piece in the HEAL Act is incorporating environmental justice into strategic planning. So this required by 2023 each HEAL or covered agency, as they're called in the law, to integrate environmental justice into their strategic plans and implementation plans. And so, and this just goes on to say that they can also weave EJ into other planning documents. But the idea of this, again, goes back to that intent that I talked about at first, which is the transformation of state government to really be centering environmental justice in its decision making. So putting that into strategic and implementation plans is one mechanism to get us there. The last major bucket within the HEAL Act is environmental justice in budgeting and funding, and this requires the HEAL agencies to apply an EJ analysis or EJ lens to their budgeting and funding decisions. So that's, budget development, making expenditures, granting or withholding environmental benefits. And so the idea here again is that, budgets have a huge impact on communities. And so as agencies are making decisions, that they need to be doing a environmental justice analysis. So I want to transition next to talk a little bit about the EJ Council. You might recall several slides ago, I sort of talked about there's 2 big buckets. They have the EJ Council and then the agency's duties. And so that what I went through was the agency's responsibilities. Now I'll talk about the council. The Environmental Justice Council is a 16-member council. The members are appointed by the governor. And it's primarily community and tribal leaders. So we have 4 representatives from tribal communities who to date have all been tribal leaders, 7 community representatives, including 1 youth who again are leaders in their communities who have been doing environmental justice work for decades often, like Maria. We have 2 academic or EJ practitioner reps, a business representative, a trade union representative, and an at-large representative. And then additionally, we have the HEAL Act requires that each of the HEAL agencies has an executive leader that sits on the council as a non-voting member. So they're a liaison for the work. The Environmental Justice Council has a lot of duties under the HEAL Act. I tried to boil them down into a few buckets. The council serves as a forum for tribes and communities to amplify environmental justice concerns and solutions that communities and tribes bring to the council. The council also has statutory duties to provide guidance to the legislature, the governor, and the HEAL agencies. And this is part of why I presented the HEAL agency responsibilities first, is because each of those deliverables that the HEAL agencies have to create, the council is required to provide guidance to the agencies on how they do those things. So it's a very collaborative co-governance relationship between the council and the agencies. The EJ Council also has a role in agency accountability. So the agencies have to report to the council every year, outlining their implementation, how things are going, and then in turn, the council has to report to the governor and the legislature and the public every 2 years, sort of assessing agency progress. I just want to also note that the council also has authority within the statute to provide recommendations directly to the governor and the legislature around improving the HEAL Act, amendments that are needed, other environmental justice laws that are needed, and also can make recommendations around funding to build capacity in communities to engage in this work and to address environmental injustices. Okay. I'm going to pause there for a moment because now I'm going to go over to the Climate Commitment Act, slightly more technical law, and just see if there are any questions or conversation you all want to have about the HEAL Act before I move on.
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, I can move on then. Councilmember Batsayola, did you want to add anything?
No, I think we're fine. Thank you.
Okay. I am not going to go into the technical details of the Climate Commitment Act. If this group ever wants that, I am more than happy to ask Jonathan Chin on my team, who is our specialist in the CCA, to come and do that. I'm going to stay at a little bit higher level today, and I tried to pull in things that might feel relevant to you all. Just by way of brief overview, the CCA, again, also passed in 2021, is what created the Cap and Invest program in Washington. So the law caps and reduces greenhouse gas emissions from the largest emitters in the state, and then it uses auctions for allowances. So if the emitters in the state want to or are going to emit more than or they have to buy allowances in order for those emissions, and then there's a cap in how many allowances can be sold, and that goes down over time. The funds from the auctions support investments in climate resiliency programs, clean transportation, and addressing health disparities across the state. And the CCA also has a section focused on criteria air pollutants. And this was derived from other cap and trade programs. We were seeing that in overburdened communities, we didn't necessarily see reductions in pollution in those communities. And so that's why this was added to our law. And so it really requires monitoring and investment in those communities to make sure that we're seeing reductions in air pollutants in those communities as well. I will get to that in a minute. I was like, I'm missing something important, but I have a whole slide on it. So just want to share the EJ Council also has responsibilities under the Climate Commitment Act, a number of them actually, and just wanted to highlight a few pieces of those. So the council is required to make recommendations on meaningful engagement with communities, including around the air quality monitoring. So both for the Cap and Invest program itself and around air quality. The council also provides recommendations to the legislature, agencies, and the governor on the development and implementation of the Cap and Invest program. So a lot of that program has been developed through rulemaking at the Department of Ecology, and the EJ Council has engaged in that. And I think where we see a lot of the council's focus over the last few years is recommending how the money raised through the Climate Commitment Act's auctions should be invested back into communities. And so, and I will talk a little bit more about the requirements for those investments in a moment. now, actually. So just really want to emphasize that the Climate Commitment Act requires investments in tribes and communities. So 35 with a goal of 40% of total investments that come from the revenue generated by the Climate Commitment Act auctions need to go back into providing direct and meaningful benefits to vulnerable populations within the boundaries of overburdened communities. And then in addition to that, there's a requirement that at least 10% of investments are used for programs or activities that are formally supported by tribal resolution. So this is really important. And this is where the EJ Council's budget recommendations on spending have been important to help make sure that those investments are going back into communities. Okay, that is what I have for the CCA. Maria, what did I miss?
No, you did good. I think this is a lot of information, and we just really encourage questions or on how you think things might apply or how it might be helpful and inform something that we do at the COG.
Thanks, Maria. Any questions on that? I know, I'm sorry, it is a lot of info, and I know I move fast.
I'm reading the text of the slide that you have up right now for the investments that provide direct and meaningful benefits to vulnerable populations within the boundaries of overburdened communities. That seems broad. Yes. Has that been fleshed out or focused at all, or is there a body of projects that are being funded that it's kind of tending to define what you can and can't do with that money?
Yeah, that is an excellent question. So OFM every year has released an analysis of where the CCA funds are going and at what percentage they think have met these requirements. I think the challenge is that the law itself doesn't define all of these things very specifically, right? So what is a direct and meaningful benefit? And we've had really robust conversations among EJ council members about this because the council would be in a good position to provide this kind of guidance, right? Like, is funding that goes to a state agency to have a grant program or to even do like on the ground programming in an overburdened community, like, is that a direct investment in community, even though it's going through a state agency? Or does it need to be money that's like truly going into the hands of community members to implement programming? And I would like to say that we have an answer to that, but we don't. I mean, I think it's still new and we're still kind of parsing that out. And there are different community-based organizations who have shared like what their guidance would be on what should and shouldn't count. As I shared, the EJ Council has spent a good amount of time talking about these nuances as well, and I think it's something that's just evolving. And what we have shared with OFM is like the more that we can track the expenditures in a granular way, that helps us analyze it with different things. Like, oh, if we count what goes to agencies, what percentage does that get us to? If we don't, where does that get us? And so there is a huge lift every year for agencies to report to OFM and ecology around their expenditures, so we can start to tease apart that data.
If I can add to that, on a practical level, the way the budget has evolved is the departments have their own initiatives. And as you well know, it's a continuation of broad framework that they're doing. And along with that, they may include grant giving, because they would need community partners to make it happen. And vice versa. The community might say, this is what we need. They might come to the EJC. They may actually go directly to our partner departments. So there's a lot of collaboration in terms of what are the presenting needs, and then how that gets articulated into a budget and grant giving or program investments. And then, of course, what Sierra is talking about, which is after all of that is said and done on an annual basis, we look at it and say, how does this really forward the improvements on health disparities? What is operative, what is not? And as always, there's always more need in community and in the departments than there is funding for. This year, as all of you know, was very difficult for the state with a $19 billion in arrears, and this dedicated funding was able to survive and be dedicated for the purpose of the legislation that it enabled it. Alicia, I see your hand up, please. Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say I was going to ask a tangent similar question around with the recent cuts federally and statewide. Do you see are there any changes within these investment requirements or things that you've come up with already, or do you predict that there will be a change in the near future?
May I answer that, Sierra?
Yes, please.
Okay, the laws are intact on its own. The funding is intact so far. The governor has respected that. In terms of what guidance the EJC is going to give as to what is fundable as priority, we would recommend that. We're working on that in terms of a budget approach, philosophy, and values. There's more pressure to assist in, particularly in climate-related greenhouse gas reduction, community resiliency, because of the change in federal funding and policy. And so we're going to do our best to be very considerate and be strategic in helping out communities. So, for example, infrastructure is going to be important.
Yeah.
Our governor has already signaled efficiencies are going to be important in terms of process.
Right. Thanks for that. I was just curious because I know that things are happening so fast, like as well. So it's not like a thing where you say, okay, well, through the rest of the year we should be okay. But as we're seeing that, everything's been twisted on a dime and then back again in a relatively short amount of time. So just wanted to be respectful of kind of what that might mean for what you guys are doing. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate the question, and thanks, Councilmember Batsiola, for answering it. I will share that we have definitely seen cuts to programs that were investments in communities, Climate Commitment Act programs. I actually just came out of a meeting with community partners where they were sharing the impacts of the cuts on their communities, and it's hard. So it's definitely feeling it, and like you said, it's exacerbated by the disinvestment at the federal level.
Yeah. And if I may, Sierra, so the work of environmental justice isn't just the work funded by Climate Commitments Act. It's actually the intent to embed in all of the work throughout the state environmental justice because of the communities that are in need. And so aside from what Sierra was talking about, there's also general FTEs that actually have been implementing in the way they do the work, equity within the service and opportunities that they're trying to connect communities to.
Right. Any other questions before I move on?
Anyone else? I don't see any other hands raised, but I guess going once, going twice. All right. Please proceed.
I just wanted, this is not specific to the HEAL Act, but since, we're talking environmental justice, I did want to bring something that would feel more relevant to you all. Not that that wasn't relevant, but that is more specific, I guess. So just wanted to flag, I'm sure you all are aware that the transportation budget this year amended, created some amendments to your authorizing statute that really center environmental justice. So you can see here on the slide, the new text is added, and it's just clarifying that your 2025 report due this December needs to also identify unsuitable geographies due to either environmental impacts or impacts on overburdened communities. And additionally, during the 25-27 biennium, the work group must work to understand what studies currently exist on state transportation needs and capacities and identify any gaps of information. And very EJ-centered, conduct meaningful community engagement with overburdened and vulnerable populations with a focus on the environmental justice impacts of aviation on communities. So really just wanted to flag that and also share a couple of resources as you start to weave this or continue to weave environmental justice into your own work. I wanted to flag that the budget bill does not define overburdened communities and vulnerable populations. So now you have this directive to be engaging with them, but it's not defined in the budget bill. These terms are defined both in the HEAL Act and the Climate Commitment Act. So I linked those. So those might be helpful contextually in defining those terms. Another resource I just wanted to share is that this transportation budget also reallocated $900,000 in CCA funds for Department of Transportation to work on the some recommendations from the 2023 frequent transit service study. And part of those recommendations are to actually look at information on access to transportation, inclusion of people with disabilities, vulnerable populations, overburdened communities, and things like that. And so I just wanted to flag that Department of Transportation is working on this report, because the new directive to you all in the budget around doing research to see what studies exist around transportation and accessibility, like this actually might be a resource for you all as well. And I see that Chair Fai is here, so just want to shout out thank you for getting this in the budget this year. It was really great to work with you on this, and I know the council is really happy to see this showing up again, so thank you.
Sierra, if I may, is this your last slide on resources?
Yeah, I'm going to go. I have a couple more broad ones.
Great. Go for it.
Okay. So yeah, again, as you all continue to weave EJ into your own work, and obviously aviation has a huge impact on overburdened communities, we just wanted to share a few resources. So the Environmental Health Disparities Map is an amazing resource. I'll just say, like, this is not my work, so I don't want to get out of my lane and present somebody else's work. So I just really would encourage your group to invite the staff from the Department of Health to come and share information on the map, because I think it will be a great tool for you as you implement your own reports. So I just wanted to share it today as a resource. So there's, and I'm also happy to connect folks with Department of Health. We work really closely with the team that works on the Environmental Health Disparities Map, but just wanted to give like a very light touch. Here I linked a handout on the map where you can learn more. There's a video on how to use it, and then I actually provided a link to the EHD map. And I'll say, just like, again, not wanting to present somebody else's work, especially since it's a pretty technical body of work, I'll just share, this is a screenshot of what the map does, and essentially it uses census tracts to rank environmental exposures and threats and vulnerabilities, and then it ranks them on a scale of 1 to 10. So the communities in the darker purple, the 10s, the 9s, the 8s, like those are the communities that are experiencing the greatest risks from environmental hazards, or have the most vulnerability to them. And as you get towards the 1s and 2s where it's lighter, less so. And so this map is one tool to help identify overburdened communities. Like every tool, it's not perfect, right? So it's good to supplement this with other tools as well. There are definitely communities on this map that rank lower, but that are experiencing pretty intense environmental injustices on a smaller community level. So this is just like one tool. And again, the team that develops and works on this could speak to it in much more detail. Maria, did you want to add anything on the map?
Yeah, it's really important that if the COG is considering using this as a tool, that it does get the training, because there are different indicators that you might want to look at and say, okay, does that apply to our work or not? And there used to be the National Environmental, the EAP's map, which really kind of was the inspiration for the state to do its own map. I think it's worth it to take a look at it also, to learn about it. But again, because of the federal policies of defunding, I don't know about how much it's getting taken care of. The Department of Ecology, under the Climate Commitments Act, identified, I believe, 19 overburdened communities. And so that is on the website of Ecology. So when folks are ready, I know Sierra is more than willing to connect folks to people, public employees who are leaders in this area and can help us tease out, or help a committee tease out what's going on.
Yes, absolutely happy to make those connections. We work closely with the team at Ecology that Maria just mentioned as well. I will share, I debated putting a few more tools in this slide deck, which I didn't, and I'll share why. The governor's office under former Governor Inslee had also led an initiative to create an overburdened communities map. And this was using the definitions in the HEAL Act and the Climate Commitment Act. So that's another tool that exists. The reason I opted not to share it is because it depends on federal data. And it referenced, there's two maps similar to this that were federal maps that have both been pulled down off federal websites. And so the state level overburdened communities map is a little bit in flux right now because the underlying federal data is no longer available. So the EHD map is a much more kind of consistent and reliable map right now. But as we move forward with the overburdened communities map, I'm happy to share with you all if that again becomes a tool that can be a little more reliable. And then, of course, I didn't share the federal tools because you can't access them anymore. So, but not super helpful in this moment.
Just to make a comment on this, it's really interesting. When we were going through the Environmental Justice Council, we actually had snapshots wherein we overlay the federal with a state map. And that was really insightful for the work of the EJC Council. So if there's any interest in looking at those, it was part of our meeting with the public. So it's been shared with the public. It's probably on our website. It's just really interesting to see what gets measured and how often things get measured, and not for any of us to fall into a rabbit hole of data, but just to know that there are general tools out there.
Thanks. Yeah. I'm coming close to the end here. I just wanted to share, again, with your requirements to engage with vulnerable populations and overburdened communities, which I should say, I'm using those because those are the terms used in the law. A lot of communities don't love those terms. So they are a little bit deficit based, and these are communities that have lots of assets and lots of strength. So I should have said that early on. The other thing that I should have mentioned is that under both the HEAL Act and the Climate Commitment Act, census tracts that have tribal lands on them are by default considered overburdened communities. So, and again, many tribes do not appreciate that term, but just it's important to know that if you're working in a census tract that overlaps with tribal land, that it also meets the definition of overburdened community. So I had shared early on that the agencies have these responsibilities to develop different deliverables, including their own community engagement plans. The council's required to provide guidance to them. In 2023, to that effect, the council adopted community engagement values and guidance to guide the agencies. So I've linked to those here if you're interested in seeing our guidance. Always happy to meet and talk about how they were developed, what things might mean, how to interpret them. But those are linked both in English and Spanish here. And then kind of coming full circle, we were talking at the beginning about Department of Transportation's HEAL Community Engagement Plan. I've linked that here along with a few other HEAL agencies just for some examples. And if you look through them, you'll see there is a lot of overlap in them. And the reason is that the HEAL Interagency Workgroup developed a template and framework for these plans rather than each agency doing it. That felt very duplicative and like a waste of resources. They developed one template that each agency was able to adapt. So you'll see similarities across them, but also just a good resource to get some guidance and really specific best practices as you do community engagement. And last, just my contact information. Again, happy to connect at any point, so don't hesitate to reach out.
All right. Well, thank you. I think that we had this initial discussion based on my read of the statute a couple of meetings ago, and this kind of, I think, expands on that in a real helpful way. So I appreciate it. Anyone have any questions? I am not seeing any. I actually thought of one though, and now I just remembered it. we were talking about the 35 to 40% funding a minute ago. How much are we talking about annually in terms of funds available for projects that advance the goals of the statute?
I don't have exact numbers, but I want to say that the CCA has generated 3.3 billion in auction revenues roughly so far. That's probably a little outdated because there's been another couple of auctions this year. The first which exceeded the projections of what it was expected to generate. I don't know, not to put you on the spot, Rep 5, but do you know off the top of your head what the totals are? It's in the billions, and so yeah, you're looking at 35 to 40% of that should be going into communities and then 10% to tribes.
Yeah. There's a saying from, I don't know if possibly apocryphal from a former member of Congress, but it was a billion here and a billion there, and pretty soon you're talking about real money.
Councilmember Batayala, I see your hand.
Yeah.
I'm going to put back on my COG member hat, and that's to say I really appreciate the sharing of the recent legislation that does say we need to identify geographic areas that are overburdened. And even though it talks about studies, these maps are not per se studies, but they are state products that have a lot of credibility. So let's put it in the hopper in terms of figuring out at what point do we start, do we do that body of work and make sure that we're sequencing it in a way that we're pretty efficient.
Great. All right. Any questions or comments from anyone else? All right. Well, all right. Well, thank you again, Ms. Ratakina, for presenting. And I guess we've got, let's see, 2:30, I think.
Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Really appreciate your time.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think if no more comments, anything to discuss, then our next presentation is at 2:30 from the Sound Transit folks regarding Everett Link. So we're in recess until then. All right. Let's see. All right, I think I see our presenter from Sound Transit, although I remember there was some question about availability, so exactly who. I have Jacqueline Galt, but I will say the photo, I'm just gonna guess that you're not Ms. Galt.
You are correct, Evan, but yes, afternoon, I'm Eric Weedstrand. I'm the project planning director for the Everett Link extension with Sound Transit.
Okay. Well, Mr. Weestrand, thank you for coming to present to us about the Everett Link planning. For context, you might have gotten the email exchange with me. I think you might have been CC'd, but we got a presentation from Josh Marcy at Painfield at our last meeting, and afterwards I looked into the Everett Link planning and routing right around Painfield and the passenger terminal there, and one of the missions that the COG sees itself as trying to carry out is promoting multimodal transportation to get passengers to and from airports, to try to, and also the fact that Link already goes to Sea-Tac. Painfield anticipates pretty substantial passenger growth. Having Link running there makes sense, and trying to make that as efficient as possible for travelers, air travelers, and also employees at the airport is, I think, something that the group will want to look at closely. So turn the floor over, and then do you prefer to be interrupted with questions, or do you want people to hold questions till the end?
I think if people want to ask them while I'm on a certain slide or on a certain topic, I'm fine with that. But whatever works for the group here.
Okay. All right. Great. Well, please proceed.
Great, I'll get into it then. Afternoon, everyone. Glad to be here. Give you a little background on the project and first start high level just with the overall sound transit program as envisioned after voters approved ST3 back in 2016. This is just the system map showing light rail, sounder, and Stride Bus Rapid Transit, the system plan. And of course, Linwood Link was opened last year. And, we're talking Everett Link today, and we'll get into that in the next slide. So the Everett Link extension is 16 miles, will extend from the Linwood Link station up to downtown Everett, includes 6 fully funded stations and 1 provisional station that's only funded through conceptual engineering and environmental process. Opening date would be 2037 if full funding is available. If not, we would open to Southwest Everett Industrial Center in the Boeing Payne Field area by 2037 and 2041 to downtown Everett. This project also includes an operations and maintenance facility to service the train cars on this part of the alignment. And we also have parking plan for downtown Everett and Mariner stations. A little bit about where we are in the project. We're currently in the planning and conceptual engineering phase. That'll run through 2027, at which point final design will start, and then construction will start in 2030. And I mentioned service dates, 2037 to 2041. And a little more detail on the planning and environmental phase. We're going to be starting NEPA scoping in 11 days, so we're really excited about that. And then we'll be publishing a draft environmental impact statement early 26. The Sound Transit Board will identify a preferred alternative, confirm or idea preferred alternative middle of next year. We'll publish a final EIS early 27. And then the Sound Transit Board will select the project to be built, and we'll go to FTA to get a record of decision. So some very important milestones coming up in the next few years. I want to touch a little bit on the operations and maintenance facility in addition to before we get into the alignment. So the OMF North, we've got 3 alternatives that we're studying in the DEIS phase. The size of this facility is 80 to 100 acres. So it would serve over 150 light rail vehicles for storage, maintenance, repairs, cleaning, and would also provide jobs for over 500 people. So we're really excited about that. We've got 3 sites that we're looking at currently in the DEIS, and I'll go into more detail on each of those sites. Site B is farthest north. It'd be located north of SR 526, east of the Boeing production facility. I like to frame these as we have no perfect site for our OMF facilities. Any site that's 80 to 100 acres in size is probably that was easily developable, has already been developed. So we're looking at sites that each have their own challenges. Site B would have some wetland mitigation as well as currently occupied by manufacturing and aerospace serving businesses. Site E, farther south, is along the east side of Airport Road, across Airport Road from Payne Field. This site also has wetlands, stream relocation issues, and also would require acquisition of some businesses and some residential land uses. Site F, farthest south, has the highest amount of residential impacts and no environmental mitigation would be needed, no streams and wetlands would be impacted. The OMF site would be constructed and open by 2034, and construction for that would also start in 2030. And I'll get into specifics on the Everett Link alignment. So back in 2023, the board selected preferred alternatives at about half of our station and segment locations. So the preferred alternatives segments are shown in green on this map. Other alternatives that we're also studying in the DEIS phase and completing conceptual engineering on are shown in other colors. So segments with the preferred alternative are down at West Alderwood at the south end of the corridor, the Southwest Everett Industrial Center, and then towards the north between along I-5 or Broadway and then into downtown Everett Station. I want to focus in on Southwest Everett Industrial Center Station, as this is the one closest to the segment and stations we're studying are closest to Payne Field. So we've got 3 stations alternatives that we're studying in the Southwest Everett Industrial segment. A is farthest north. That would be just on the south side of SR 526 and south of the Boeing production facility. Site A is the preferred alternative for this segment. Site B is also another alternative we're studying. This would be to the east side of Airport Road, about where the Machinist Union building is. And then Site C is farthest south and would be closest to the Payne Field terminal. Initially, Site C was a little bit farther north than we're currently showing it, but as we've been having discussions with elected officials in the area, they asked if we could get closer to, or as close to Payne Field as possible. And so we're able to move that station site a little bit farther south, closer to the intersection of Airport and 100th. All 3 station alternatives in this site would be elevated stations. We aren't planning new parking structures at any of the stations, and each of the station alternatives would allow space for potential Boeing employee shuttles and also Payne Field Airport serving shuttles. I'll now give you a little more detail on each of the station footprints themselves. So Southwest Everett A is the preferred alternative at this time. Elevated. I know that Boeing had at one point expressed some interest in a pedestrian bridge crossing 526, serving access to the station and their production facility. That's something it's not funded at this time, but we still will keep coordinating with Boeing on that as an option. You can see we've got a bus loop, providing space for pickup, drop-off, paratransit vehicles, and that's common between all alternatives. I'll also say that even though we have the stations identified, we do continue to fine-tune and refine the design on how the actual layout looks. In this area, we do have a stream that's crossing under SR 526 going through the site. So we're looking at ways to daylight that stream and improve water quality, because I think it is fish bearing. Southwest Everett Site B is in the middle area station. Oh, I should also say that Southwest Everett A also serves, in addition to being closest to Boeing and providing the shuttles, it also would serve the Casino Road community, being located on the west end of that Casino Road segment. Southwest Everett Station B, also an elevated station, located just east of Airport Road between Casino Road and Cash Park Road. You can see the layout here. And Southwest Everett C, we've got to change the alignment, so north is to the right. Again, Payne Field is to the west of Airport Road on the upper part of the slide here. You can see potential access on how the station would tie into the existing street network, with both access points to 94th Street and 100th Street. And again, we were trying to avoid, I think one of the reasons we initially considered going farther north with SWI, with C on this alternative, was because we were concerned about impacts to the Beaumont building. We have tried to avoid, we are still trying to avoid impacts to that building, although there would be impacts to the parking lot itself. So that's, again, one of those design refinements we're still looking at. We've been coordinating closely with our jurisdictional partners on these alternatives, Everett, Snohomish County, and Linwood, and also with the Payne Field staff. We know the plan for Payne Field is growing both in passengers, 4 million passengers a year in 20 years. And then the airport master plan also calling for roadway improvements at the intersection of 100th and Airport Road. So again, a lot of coordination going on, and we continue to coordinate with those partners on the development, both at the airport and with the light rail alignment. This is my last slide, and this just has a QR code if you want to go to the actual project website. We just completed some outreach on station access alternatives. These are this is access for bicycle, pedestrian, and transit access that would not be on the site footprint itself, but a little bit farther out. getting people, whether it's walking or bicycling, transit improvements, a little bit off the station footprint. So that's what we just did was conduct public outreach. We're correlating that outreach, seeing what alternatives people liked, what they didn't like. Once we get that information, we're going to collect that, review it, share it with our jurisdictional partners, and then go through another vetting process last year. And eventually then the board will make a decision on which of those station access allowance projects get built along with the full Everett Link stations and alignments. That concludes the presentation, but happy to take any questions you may have. And if you want me to go back to any slides in particular, if we want to talk to certain slides, happy to do that too. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. So I have a few questions, but Mr. Dunham has raised his hand. I will call on Mr. Dunham.
Just a question. When you're talking about the Everett Industrial Center and connecting to Painfield, do you have any forecasts that you've used? Obviously, something's decided to put that kind of expense into moving something that far north. What kind of forecast have you got as far as what that will provide by the year 2036?
I can share. I have some handy dandy. If you're looking for ridership numbers by station, I can share that with you. Is that what you're looking for? Like what kind of ridership?
Of course, yes. Thank you.
So of the stations we're in the alignment, I'll go south to north. West Alderwood would have 1,900 passengers per day. Ashway and Mariner stations would have about 4,600 passengers a day. SR 99 Airport is the provisional station, so only funded through conceptual engineering and the environmental process, would have 900 passengers per day. And then Southwest Everett Industrial Station would have 1,500 passengers a day. And then 526 Evergreen would have 2,900 passengers a day. And then the downtown Everett Station would have 10,700 passengers per day. So these are, and I guess what we've done, the ridership modeling we use to forecast this ridership, it doesn't provide enough granularity to determine different ridership levels between the alternatives at each station area. So that ridership number is the same for each of the different alternatives for each of the three alternatives at the Southwest Everett station. So fine tuning that, probably makes sense that if you get a little more, if you're closer to Boeing and Boeing provides Orca cards for everyone, you're probably gonna get more ridership at Boeing. If you're closer to Painfield and you've got good shuttle service there, you may get some more ridership at Painfield. But I think what we're trying to do with this number is just provide an overall look at how each of those ridership numbers looks for each station, not to be used to compare between alternatives.
Thank you.
So which factors led the board to select location A as the preferred alternative for Southwest Everett Station?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think that, being closest to, Southwest Everett C is definitely closest to Painfield. Southwest Everett A is closest to the Boeing production facility and also the residential development along Casino Road. So I think some of those are probably two of the biggest factors. SWIB was kind of in the middle, not really serving any one destination best. So I think that, those are the things that led to it. And I think that knowing that we'd have to serve the airport with shuttle service for each location, even if you're at SWIC, you're still going to need shuttle service because it's about a mile between the terminal and where that station would be.
All right, Mr. Ashley Vink, you're also with Sound Transit?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric Ashley Vinca. I'm just here as support for Eric today, but I do the government and community relations here for the North Corridor. So I wanted to add some context here. I think with this group, it's really important to just point out that when we brought ST through to the voters at this point, there was no commercial service here at Painfield. And so that's a question we get all the time where people say, well, how come you're not going directly to the airport? And we can dive more into that, I'm sure this group has a pretty good context, but at the time, it was really to serve the industrial center. That's one of the few industrial centers in the state. And the drive from, people outside of the legislature to the legislature at the time was, we need to have this, what we call the westward swing, serve these jobs, because this is a job center. Boeing alone, I think, 35,000 jobs a day. So that's the purpose. But now that we have commercial service, people were really excited about this. So there's been this shift to look a little bit, how can we get closer? And that's what this C represents here.
All right, Mr. Hodgman?
Yes, thank you. So I'm wondering, Eric, I think I knew you when I was at WashDOT Aviation. I'm wondering if there's been analysis on the percentage of Painfield passengers that would use this service. I think it's pretty likely that employees, Boeing employees and so forth, but I'm wondering if there's been analysis. Certainly there are other locations across the country where subway or similar serves the airport, but it's a little bit of a different animal when you're dragging bags with you to try and get on a plane versus when you're just going to work. So I wonder if anybody's taken a look at that. I think we are going to see tremendous growth at Painfield, tremendous growth over the next decade and beyond. But I'm wondering if that passenger is a good fit for the rail. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think excellent question. I think that, there's a lot of airports. I think probably it's fair to say that many international airports in the U.S. and around the world, the gold standard is have a train go right into the airport and you're walking up the escalator, up the stairs to your gate, and you're on. I think the challenge here is, preserving space for airport expansion and not getting too close, but close enough to serve it. And I also think that, having shuttle service, it's a short shuttle trip, no matter which alternative it is, whether you're taking, a shuttle bus from site A or site C. So it is a few minutes. So it's common. It's common for other airports to have that. A lot of like mid-size airports see that a lot, providing that shuttle service. And even some of the, the larger international airports, JFK and LAX, they've got right now, LAX is building kind of a people mover between light rail and the terminal at a cost of, upwards of $1 billion or close to it. And then JFK has had more of a long-standing, people mover between subway and the terminal. So, can you move people efficiently and, cost effectively with the shuttle bus system? I think you can. I think the challenge is if wanting people to walk that distance is where it gets to be problematic. I think if, depending on how the airport expands and which direction that terminal expands, if the terminal expands southeast, then you're getting closer to the light rail station, but still thinking about what that distance is. I think we tried to look at it just also as a comparison with Sea-Tac and the light rail station there. You're talking about at least a quarter-mile walk between from once you're, feet off the train by the time you get to a representative spot, just out of the parking garage into the terminal. And, that definitely depends on, which airline you're using to fly to.
And, just to add on to that, I see Representative Fies on the call. If you remember, Representative, we tried to get you out when I was working with the chamber to Painfield before we actually opened. We did that big event there before we opened for commercial service. And we've been talking about this on the outside of this before Sound Transit even started the project. And now that we've been engaging for several years with our stakeholders, it's something that we're looking at through the whole process. It's going to take a lot. And what we're trying to do is start this work now so that there is ability to be adaptive as this project goes forward. But there's a lot of unknowns, obviously, with what the next airport looks like, what Painfield looks like in its expansion, and there's a lot more work to do.
Hey, Eric, just with Alaska Airlines, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to connect with folks at the Port of Seattle. My own experience with the percentage of customers at that airport using light rails is somewhere slightly south of 5%. So it's challenging even with the direct connection to actually get the connectivity there. But happy to provide any information that I might have with port information or Alaska specific information, given the size of our operation, that can help support this decision. If you need to, we can connect offline. And Eric, just for your awareness, that people mover at LAX is now up to 3.4 billion. It's slightly more than the billion that they initially forecasted that.
Yeah, not a surprise. So it's I guess getting to the cost effectiveness of what you want to, how can you move people and where you want to spend your money, I guess, too.
That makes Oakland's look at like a bargain, and they went 3 miles for about $500 million. A decade or more ago to replace a shuttle bus between the Oakland terminal and the BART station at Coliseum.
Okay. Yeah, I know Maui just opened a shuttle between the terminal and the rental car facility, and you can walk the distance too. I don't know if it's a quarter mile or thereabouts, but I think there was maybe 300, 500 million, but I think that was probably had the rental car companies probably put some skin in the game on that one too.
All right, Mr. Dunham.
Just one question, and it goes along with what Ben was indicating. Do you have any numbers on the usage at Sea-Tac?
We do. I don't have them at my fingertips, but we try to do just kind of a level of effort exercise just to see what kind of ridership. We wanted to see, what was the ridership at Sea-Tac, looked at the, annual passenger count at Sea-Tac, and just try and, do a back of the envelope, calculation, see what we could see, to get an estimate of what kind of ridership we'd see at passengers could be using at Payne Field. So I think that's something it doesn't play officially into the analysis we're doing, but it is something I think we're in that ballpark of, the number we're looking at. I think there's a lot of things that play into that, not only just the airport expansion itself, but as far as passengers, but the employee numbers. And then also, Boeing employment is a big one too. How much can Boeing make it an attractive experience, or make it attractive for employees to take the train instead of driving? Same for airport employees too.
Ms. Lee?
Hi, thank you, and thank you for presenting this forward. I had a question on the ground side and outreach and engagement. I know for this Everett sort of link, there's outreach and engagement already. So let's say the COG gave a recommendation that we would like to see this at the airport, and it's not included in this portion. Is this something that would not be included because it's not a part of the outreach and engagement now? From what I've heard on the ground, is nobody's recommended it so far. So with that, it's not a part of the outreach and engagement sort of plan right now. But if it was recommended, could that be included to then be a possibility?
Yeah, and I would say that we're still completing the draft environmental impact study. Our next outreach, our next formal outreach point is going to be when the DEIS is completed early next year. So there'll still be time for formal comment, review of the alternatives. And we definitely want to, get that feedback. If people favor one alternative over another, that's important for the staff to know. It's also important for our elected officials to know. We've got Executive Summers, Mayor Franklin, and Mayor Frizzell from Snohomish County, Everett, and Linwood, respectively, are all board members and key players, and we've been working closely with them and their staffs on the analysis going forward. So up to this point, the board has expressed, they've identified Site A as the preferred alternative. But I would also say there's definitely interest in how best to serve light rail at the airport too. So that's still something. So yeah, there's still time. We've got a preferred alternative now, but that doesn't mean that it will stay the preferred alternative. So yeah, we definitely want to get input from, folks on this call, and happy to do any more outreach or presentations if you'd like. And but yeah, look for another formal outreach period to take place early next year once the DEIS is published.
Thank you.
Mr. Wirt.
Yeah, I'll just say that at our meeting month before the last at Payne, Mr. Marcy it told us that basically they expect to have 6 million passengers there a year by someone remind me what year that was, but at any rate, and they're looking to have 6 gates. So and then also that's just one thing. The second thing is I certainly wouldn't use Sea-Tac's light rail station as an ideal location. If you compare how you can get on a train in Europe and in Japan and some of these places, I mean, even the quarter-mile walk from Sea-Tac is a healthy walk for a lot of people. So my question is other than money, perhaps, is there a reason that the station could not be put, say, across the street from where the terminal building is now, where there's some parking lots, and it could be elevated above that? Is it just that you haven't considered that?
No, we've taken great question. We've taken a look at a wide range of alternatives. Other people have asked. I think some of our elected officials have asked, why can't we go west of Airport Road onto the airport? We can't go elevated because of the runway protection zones and clearance for the air runways. So we're limited there and constrained. And I think just trying to shift their cost is definitely a factor of trying to stay east, but then also the complexity of trying to, work with airport expansion, work with FAA on regulations and using airport property for non-airport use. So it's really a multitude of things, and trying to shift at this late date. I know even though we're still at 10% design, there would definitely be project delays, and a lot more money would be needed to get over to the west side as opposed to where we are on the east side. So I think it's trying to how can we get as close as we can while staying on the east side of Airport Road and respecting potential airport expansion that could take place west of Airport Road.
But I think I'd be remiss if I didn't give some credit to our local board members here in Snohomish County, because they've said these same things, and they want to know, what can we do? What are the options on the table? So we've got the record of decision that'll come in sometime in 2027. So there's time to work through things, but Eric's right. Like, a lot of this work has been done even at 10%, and it's a matter of we have to build the station and the system that we know we have today, knowing that the airport master plan could end up changing. I mean, if additional funding comes into the airport and they decide to do a full redevelopment of the airport, what does that look like? And we can't anticipate that. We have to work with our partners and try to build the best system we can leading up to it. It's a real difficult task, and for those of you that have flown into places like DCA, where it takes you directly to the airport, that's what people expect, and that's not what the standard is across the U.S. Although I would say it's the gold standard, right?
Ms. Crank?
Hi. Apologies if I missed this earlier on in the discussion, but I'm curious to know what kind of feedback or input have you received from airport tenants at Payne Field? And I ask because I was on the airport commission when they brought it back in 2019, and the two biggest things for bringing it back was to kind of usher in the commercial airport because it was getting ready to open, but also to be kind of a neutral voice and a representative for the tenants, because there's concern that they were going to be pushed out by commercial at some point when they talk about expansion. So that was one, and then two was obviously the airport master plan. So I stayed on through that. So I'm curious to know if you've had any initial responses from the general aviation tenants already, and then also what do you maybe anticipate is going to happen? Because the E word was a swear word to some degree because of the concern of space.
Sure. Well, I guess I won't speculate on the airport side of things. I know that we're trying to work to minimize impacts to businesses, and so we're going to continue to do that with the sites we're currently looking at. Although yeah, some of them do impact businesses, and with a corridor 16 miles long in this part of the the state and the region, yeah, it's tough to find open land, but we're trying our best. As far as hearing directly from General Aviation, I don't know specifically. Eric, maybe you do, but we can also check with Jacqueline Galt, our communications specialist, if we've gotten formal comments from General Aviation.
Yeah, digging back through my own personal history, Alicia, I think one of the first times we presented to any of the aviation groups was when you were there.
Yeah.
We've done some since, and that continues to be something that we hear from the local tenants.
Yeah.
What I can't pull up out of my brain right now is when we did our initial outreach with SEPA, how vocal that group was. We do our best to try to reach out to everyone so we can get that feedback officially.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to hear it, but we also need that in the record as we go through the SEPA NEPA process. And so I think what I'll do is I'll write this down as a follow-up with that group again to just see what they did in the first round of the SEPA scoping.
I was just going to say that I would strongly recommend reaching out to offer another kind of update presentation so that it doesn't feel reactive but more proactive. Mm-hmm. And I think the GA folks might welcome that.
Yeah.
Instead of having them to summon you guys for a meeting.
Yeah, I think everybody on this call probably understands the difficulty in trying to get people engaged on this work when they say, hey, it's 15 years out, 10 years out, I don't care. But all the decisions that we make now are going to be what we build here, right? We're about 5 years off from construction on this thing, and then we have more time. But it's oftentimes that people come to us in the last 2 years of construction wanting to change a project, and at that point, the train has left the station.
Yeah.
Before we get to Robert, I see Alan's got a question here about like an escalator type system. This is something that I have personally hounded Propeller Airport about since they opened at Payne Field. I say go to the legislature, start getting your capital ask on what the potential could look like. I mean, an escalator system even covered from the street, because currently community transit, the bus system service is right there on the road, but you still have to walk in. And that's in part due to the fact that turnaround for cars and drop-off at the terminal can't actually accommodate the buses. So I've been telling Brett over there for ages, you need to get your capital request in order and start asking for it, or figure out what you want to ask, because it absolutely could help make that easier.
Well, I'll call him Mr. Hodgman, but I have a follow-up to that.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the conversation about the GA community at Payne Field. So I'm a GA pilot. I own 2 aircraft. I'm very familiar with Payne Field. It's a high density of general aviation pilots. But I'll say that more than a decade ago, when I was the senior planner at Washington Aviation, I was asked to meet with the Port of Kennewick as they were getting ready to close Vista Field. And so I did a lot of analysis and study. And basically the takeaway from that is that when you have a commercial service airport, what inevitably happens is that as air service grows at that airport, the general aviation community is displaced. And there's many examples of that. For example, with Sea-Tac, Boeing Field is the business and general aviation airport. And there are many examples across the country and across the state. Arlington is 7 air miles away from Payne Field. And so the reality, I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, and again, I'm a GA pilot, but we're likely to see, as Payne Field continues to grow, that the GA community will need to start to migrate towards Arlington. So I would say maybe not directly related to the task of this group, but as far as just understanding of the dynamics, is that it would be worthwhile to partner with Arlington and begin to have those conversations about how they can accommodate the shift of GA from Payne Field to Arlington, because it's a zero-sum game as far as acreage there on the airport. There will be many things that need to be redeveloped to accommodate the growth of passenger service, and the GA is one of them.
Yeah, I know. I totally understand that. And I know one of the interesting caveats about this specifically for Snohomish County, Payne Field Airport, is that, again, the commercial airport is a private entity. So it is a tenant just like everybody else is, as opposed to a Sea-Tac or something that's county. So that was really kind of the linchpin And that whole conversation was, in theory, on paper, they're all equal because they're all tenants, right? So how does that dynamic work with expansion? So it's not a question I think you can answer, but I just know that that was kind of one of the main things that initially came out of our original regroupment of bringing back the airport commission, was that interesting tidbit of, again, Payne Field Commercial Airport is a tenant just like everybody else at Payne Field. So that's all.
So my follow-up question was, is there anything being done in the engineering of Site C that's been done so far that would preclude, because it sounds like at least it's been thought about, a moving walkway type system between the terminal and Site C. So even if it's not quite as physically close as the walkway at DCA, which I went to graduate school there and used many times, it's not quite, it wouldn't be quite as short as that, but might be able to be some sort of a combination of a tunnel and then elevated over Airport Road or something like that to get most directly between the terminal and the site. And therefore, you have a capital expense up front, but you don't have the ongoing operating expense of the bus, and it feels faster to people who are actually users of the system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a great question. We haven't, Sound Transit hasn't looked at a moving walkway system up to this point. I mean, I think we've been under the assumption that, it would be, use the shuttle buses to get to and from the terminal, but that's something that could be incorporated into the terminal expansion there, especially knowing that, the airport master plan is calling for expansion of, the 100th and airport intersection to accommodate traffic. So, we don't want to build something that could need to be pushed out or changed at a later date, but I think we do want to keep coordinating with the airport as to what could happen. But it's something that probably, isn't, I mean, it's not part of the project funding right now, but it's something we could be looking at with the airport to see how to get funding for something like that.
And just to add to that, I think in terms of like anything that we're doing to preclude that, I don't think there is. I mean,
no, yeah, that's right.
This early, I mean, there's a possibility we get to a point where if C was chosen and it was the station, and we still don't have any real tangible bridge being put in or anything like that, that might be the case. But I mean, I would imagine that if there's a bridge being built, that can be built out just outside of the station, or something where you walk down the stairs and it's off our footprint, where it's not really a big change to walk from upstairs to downstairs and then get there. But we're so early in the process. I think we're just trying to do our due diligence so that what we build makes sense when it gets built.
Yeah, I think what we've been trying to do at this point is make sure there's a good pedestrian path, good pedestrian walkway to the intersection of 100th and Airport. We know that there's currently CT buses that stop there, so people are crossing the intersection now, getting to and from the buses. So making sure that there's clear path of travel for pedestrians.
Mr. Dunham.
Just might as well just say it like it's going to happen. You're going to get the passengers to your station, and if they go anything beyond that, it'll come out of the airport. They'll end up having to build it. I've never seen anybody else step up and put something to an airport, and I'm sure Ben will be happy to pay for it, because that's how it happens with airports.
Well, I would say that Sound Transit is financially constrained at this point. We're trying to make sure we can get our alignment fully completed up to downtown Everett, and so we're taking a hard look at that type of thing. Anything that's kind of goes beyond that is something we're going to have to wait and see, but that depends on board decisions, and we're always looking to partner. I know some of our jurisdictions we partner with are look at grant funding for infrastructure projects. So I think that Snohomish County's been getting some grant funding or funding from the legislature. So we're always happy to partner and help find other funding to get some of these things to improve access to and from stations.
You said that the station at SR 99 was provisional.
Yes.
What does that mean in your process? And as we are looking at this, there are good reasons for perhaps the site A being close to the Boeing plant. If ridership was going to be higher at a commercial terminal, at the site C location, why not have site A and site C and eliminate the SR 99 stop with the
I think that's a good question. I think that, I think that's been brought up by others in the past as well. And I think one of the challenges is, airport SR 99 Airport Road was approved in ST3 by the voters, and it was approved as a provisional station, meaning it's not fully funded. It's only funded through conceptual engineering and the environmental process. So that's one piece. The other piece is that, well, why not build both stations? Build one near Boeing, build one at the airport. That's again comes down to a funding issue, and or do Payne Field instead of airport. And I think the challenge there is, how do you build one station? If you get the funding for one extra station, how could you switch the funding from Payne or from Airport 99 to Payne? I think that there's still value in that, but I think that when the voters haven't voted on that, and I think it's a good question for the agency to consider and the board to consider, because ultimately these things are decisions by the Southern Transit Board. But I think if something is viewed as, wow, you did something that the voters didn't approve, how does that fly? So that's one of the couple of challenges we need to think through. But I think that we'll keep seeing where the analysis goes. And again, not the first time it's brought up to have something serving Boeing and the airport both.
And just some additional context, if you look at the 130th station that's going to be opening, I believe, next year between Northgate and Shoreline, that was under ST3 but built with ST3 dollars, and that happened during this realignment process because the idea was we can actually build this with less disruption if we do this, and cheaper because things are never cheaper tomorrow than they are today for the most part. And so what happens with the provisional here could be very similar to that, where in the future there is funding that says, hey, let's do this now when we're actually doing it. But all that is, there's nothing being talked about that right at the moment that's concrete.
All right. Any other? I guess I think if you put to the voters, hey, we're going to have a 6 million passenger regional airport right here, they might well have voted in favor of a different station.
That is the difficult task that we have here, right?
Yeah.
But we heard a lot of that in SEPA scoping. We'll probably hear more of that leading into the DEIS as that's published and we go out for comment. That's really where the board members come in. We give the information. We're here to do the work and let the board members make these decisions with the public input, with stakeholder input, so that we're building the system for the people, right? That's what we're trying to do, is build a system that works for people today, tomorrow, and in the future. If there's one resounding thing that we hear across this project as we go out to the public is, can you build it faster? When can you get this up to Everett? I mean, that's the number one thing we hear beyond everything else. And then it comes down to trading. Okay, well, is it this or is it that? Would you prefer a provisional station if you could wait more years? And who knows? It's really going to be a board decision ultimately, but with us doing our due diligence so that we can make the best.
And you're going to have a new ballpark in downtown Everett too. So
we are, and that's one of those things that came up. It won't be fully reflected in the DIS, but we know about it, and people will surely talk about it. But that doesn't happen in a vacuum. We know what's going on. So as we're doing internal work, we're well aware of these types of changes.
Yeah, we're coordinating with city on that.
All right. Oh, I thought Maria, I thought you were raising your hand as a thumbs up. Okay.
For the ballpark.
Yeah. Mr. Wirt.
Yeah, I think we ought to have some sort of a follow-up meeting or some plan where we consult again later on this, or have some sort of a process where we can provide input to the Sound Transit Board, whatever it takes, because I think most of us here would agree that the closer we can get a station to the terminal building, the more likely we are going to have travelers that will use Painfield, aviation travelers, and also use Sound Transit.
Yeah, we can definitely keep you apprised of when the DEIS is published and our next formal outreach period. Then we're also happy to come back and talk at any other time. But that might be a good time to kind of get a sense of where the analysis is, and then we'll go into the board for approval of a preferred alternative, hopefully middle of next year, so June, July. So before that might be a good time to loop back, and if you can see where the DEIS, what that publication says, and have a public meeting. And then if you want to have a formal, position for us or the board, happy to work on that with you.
All right.
And I might imagine that some of you that are in and around this, the current alignments and stations, will hear from us later this year, because we'll do some property outreach. Property outreach is the hardest part of this job, I think, as we tell people that we're building this, and there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes on that. But we'll do that, and then, late January, looking to do that DEIS, and I think that would be a good time frame for us to get back to this group and just present what's new. And that's typically a 45-day period. Is that right, Eric? 45 days?
It's either 30 or 45, but
I think it's
ballpark.
Yeah, given the timing, it'll probably be 45 days. Well, I'll push for it if we can. But that's when we really want to get this type of feedback. And you can always reach out to our board members, whether it's Cassie Franklin, Christine Frizzell, or Dave Summers. This helps them when a group like this can say, "Here's what we think," because it just helps them make their decision. They know the weight that's in front of them having to make this choice. But the more people they hear from, the easier. I mean, sometimes. But the idea is to give them the info so that they are making an informed decision, because we can only do so much to get people to give us feedback.
Yeah. Oh, great. Oh. Ms. Baddiel, you're raising your actual hand and not it. Okay. You have a question. All right.
I have a comment. I really appreciate Gary's comment. And I think if we are to do any kind of support, let's make sure it's a generalized statement that connecting light rail to airports, increases the viability for service, that kind of a thing, as opposed to saying it's a COG recommendation, because we still have to explore other facilities and other options. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments? All right. Seeing none. All right. Well, I want to thank you both for coming and presenting, and taking our questions. And I do think the idea of continuing my initial outreach to your office was, how do we as the CAWG get integrated into your planning process for this specific issue, the siting of the station near Payne Field? Because I mean, after having the presentation from Mr. Marcy, we all were pretty enthused that Payne Field wants to be part of the aviation capacity solution to the degree they do. I mean, they're already planning for 6 million passengers a year in 10 or 12 years from now, and a pretty substantial terminal expansion, which Executive Summers is on board with too. So we should definitely continue the conversation.
Yeah, we were both really excited about the group, especially once we saw the people and friendly faces that were on this group already. We worked with Arif a lot while he was still at Payne Field, and we've developed a really good relationship with the folks over there, and really want to continue to build that because we've got a lot coming down the pipe.
Right. Great. All right. Well, thanks so much. And we have public comment at 3:30, so we can take about a 7-minute stretch break between now and then. Then we'll go back on the record for public comment.
Thanks again for having us.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get started. We will now start the public comment portion of this meeting. To comment, you can raise your hand using the hand raise tool in the reactions section of Zoom. We have 30 minutes and each person has 2 minutes to speak. If at the end of 2 minutes you go over, I will state your 2 minutes are over and ask that you please wrap up your comments. So I am looking at hand raised right now. We are going to start with James. One moment and I will unmute you. Okay, you should be able to talk now.
Oh, thank you very much. And especially thank you, Alicia, for forwarding my question, which was through LinkedIn. So actually, I have one comment to go along with that. It would be great if the public could submit questions maybe throughout the day, especially if it's a little more germane when the presentations are actually happening. But you can see the text of my question there, so I'll leave it to Mr. Brookman and others to address that. But it does sound like a pretty promising technology that's being rolled out across the country. My question to the team here is, can the COG, the working group, do anything to help get this rolled out faster at Sea-Tac, et cetera? And encourage its adoption. So it looks like 15-20% reduction in the overall high-level peaks throughout the day using these new technologies. So anyways, that was my question. Thank you very much, Alicia, for sending that.
Jim, yeah, thank you for your question. I commit to getting back to you on that, but I know Alaska Airlines has been supportive of the rollout of that process. You bring up a good point, which is while we focus a lot on potential for expansion of aviation infrastructure, perhaps there's in the coming months an opportunity for this group to learn more about technology solutions that could or airspace redesign, whatever it may be, that might allow for further capacity in the system without having hard infrastructure being built. So maybe we can talk about that later, but that might be something to think about, finding an appropriate party to talk to this group in the same way that the Riddlers did as well.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, Christina, we have another public commenter, I think.
Yes, next up is Ursula, and let's see, I'm going to, there you go, and you should be able to unmute.
I am working on it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Ursula Euler. I live in Thurston County, that south area that you referred to earlier in the meeting that perhaps would be a location for a new airport. And I'm also active, a volunteer in 350 Seattle, the aviation group, and an influencer on the community here, plugged into the local government agencies and giving public testimony there as well. This afternoon, I would like to remind of a few facts that seem to get swept under the carpet. Airports create economic blight in the airport communities. A new airport is not going to relieve Sea-Tac. On quite the contrary, it's going to create a bigger schedule for flights. The other modes of transportation, and I'll get to the bill in a moment and we'll read the wording. The alternative modes of transportation you are supposed to examine in the bigger context of transportation included, the wording is exactly like that in the bill, is meant to not add public transportation to bring more passengers for more flights to an existing or a new airport. No, I mean, nice try to continue on that storyline. It is actually meant in the bill to replace flights, especially the short haul flights and cargo. In order to accomplish this, the airlines really need to look at changing their business model. The hub and spoke model is potentially very outdated, and one could easily start moving away from that. And last not least, just for today, I would really like to see a survey done, whether it's by Evergreen or by another independent consultant, that actually asks the general population, what is your intent to fly? Where are you flying? Why are you flying? And to determine who is flying for what reasons. There's a lot of people, statistically 6 people out of 10, who don't even fly in a year. And then there's a whole bunch of other people who fly very frequently. Would really like to have a survey done on that. The wording in the original bill, 1791, your group must take a comprehensive, coordinated look at the transportation system as a whole, not alternative modes just to supplement and bring people to an existing airport, to replace flights. It needs to consider environmental, health, social, and economic impacts on the surrounding communities. Hopefully that will continue to happen. And by the way, commercial aviation fuels, the burning of aviation fuels, i.e. at the pipe, is excluded from the CCA, just a little pointer. The best way, it continues to say in the bill, to address aviation needs in the context of overall state transportation needs in the next 20 years using independently verifiable data. So independently generated verifiable data that forecast of what is really natural growth, capacity demand versus induced. Sorting that out would be very important. Of course, the airline industry would like to continue to grow and grow and grow without making adjustments for the climate and for health and air and noise pollution. And by the way, another piece of fact is that the so-called alternative aviation fuels are still burned in a combustion engine, and that still creates pollution and noise at the airport. So just want to say those things and perhaps bring this back into perspective as a public interest, that you're supposed to work in the public interest, not in the commercial interest. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. We have another public commenter.
Yes, looks like Anne is next. All right, you should be able to unmute yourself.
I did. Thank you. I wanted to bring up the subject of leaded aviation fuel, and perhaps it has already been brought up today because I know you talked about had the HEAL Act. I didn't hear that presentation, unfortunately. And there may be other people from the King County International Aviation Airport Coalition Group, and they may not have that exactly correct. But they're the ones around King County, and they have recently brought to the interest of the Duwamish and surrounding airport communities the dangers of leaded aviation fuel. And there definitely is a fact sheet on this that I could share. The reason I bring this up, it's not because you're considering it, it's so that you will not consider it. It is so that you will understand that this is quite dangerous to the health, is currently dangerous to the health of the surrounding communities, and brings lead into their lives, which we all have thought was long gone, but it is not. And so I just want, because it's recently been brought up to their communities, I wanted to make sure that this group also knew that this was a going and viable concern, and to make sure that there was the process in place so that at least anything you did for the future, if it included infrastructure, that this was that avgas was not going to be supported here in your proposals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see anyone else with their hand raised. If you have a comment, raise your hand. All right. I don't see anyone else. So this wraps up the public comment, and give it back to Evan.
Okay. All right. Well, the last thing on the agenda is to discuss our next meeting. There are members of the group, particularly Stuart, who've been working hard to, and Christina, along with Christina, to find, because I've been CC'd on the emails, to find the location and a date in Yakima that will work for both remote participants as well as in person. So I was going to call on either or both of them to update us on if we've nailed down exactly a proposed date or dates that work and a location.
Christina, do you want to take that, or do you want me to kick it off?
You can go ahead and kick it off.
Okay. The dates we were talking about would be September 16th and 17th. Isn't that right, Christina? Is not the dates? I don't have them right here in front of me, but it wasn't. There was a reason we couldn't do Thursday, but at any rate, those dates seem to work for the folks in the Yakima area here. The Central Washington State Fair starts that weekend, so and Alan Adolph, who's on the call right now, is going to be tied up with that. So, but the other part of the story was to try to find a venue where we could actually do this professionally and that was available. So we looked around at several places, and we have a venue tentatively reserved for those dates. So that's kind of where we are on that in a quick summary.
Which venue did you land on?
This would be held at Union Gap City Hall. They have a very nice facility there that has all the high-tech cameras and audiovisual equipment that I think that Christina would need. I went down personally and was given a tour of it. And in the past, I know that Washington State Transportation Commission held a meeting there, and it was fine. I attended that, and there's enough room in there for 50 people or more. It's a very nice facility, almost brand new. It's probably a couple of miles from the airport, but that's a different matter. And I can give Christina some ideas about hotels that are in the area that would be easy to access.
All right.
So Christina, from there, is there anything else? I think I just want to verify those dates, but I think that's correct.
Yeah, I believe that's correct, but I think Anne has something to say. She's got her hand raised.
Yes, Stricker.
Yes, I'm not available on those days for what it's worth. But I'd like to revisit the venue for the next meeting as well, because Yakima seems pretty far afield for a lot of the people that would be attending. And so I'm just wondering if we landed on that Yakima is the location for the next meeting.
My recollection is when we did the vote and we did the survey, that we were alternating in person and hybrid, and that we were trying to go on the road and wanted to do Yakima before the weather would get bad for the winter, and anticipated a West Side meeting again in our next in-person meeting, which is probably January.
That was my recollection too.
Since the there was some interest from Yakima in talking about their airport there and air cargo expansion in particular, they're doing that in person there, and we can also, as far as community outreach on the east side of the mountains, there was a plus in having an in-person meeting on that side, recognizing it's inconvenient for me in particular, and I think the rest of us on the west side.
My question is,
sorry, go ahead.
Since there is, I understand that there's the fare and everything, what about hotel accommodations, and are they reasonable enough? Everybody that's going has to pay their own way. All right, this is not something that's funded, I think, by the state. So I think when you consider where you want to put this, you have to consider how much people are going to put out of their pocket to go to it.
Well, I agree with that. I mean, that being said, for a meeting at Payne Field, I spent 2 nights over there at a motel. It was $110 a night for 2 nights, and drove over and back at my own expense. So, and I plan to do that for future meetings. So, yeah, I don't know how many of these meetings are going to have a field. I think Yakima is kind of an outlier, if you will, because of their specific interest that was previously expressed by the city and the county. So I'm not sure, Chair Nordby, how many times we need to actually go outside the Puget Sound area. But for me personally, I'm perfectly willing to drive over there whenever we have a meeting. But this one in Yakima seemed to be kind of on the same flavor as our meeting at Payne Field, in that it was just kind of a field trip to investigate, to see what was there and what potentially might be available and what the direction of the airport is going and that sort of thing. And get familiar with the territory, because we'll probably be talking about it again in the future. So that's just kind of my take on it. And I see Rob Hodgman is on. If he wants to chime in about this, feel free, Rob.
Sure. Well, of course, we'd be happy to host you. I think, a lot of the airports, the existing airports in Western Washington, are very constrained as far as land and also airspace. Having been involved in the CAC and the previous study, I can tell you that one of the biggest challenges, if it's going to be an aviation solution, is the airspace. It's a monumental challenge, and so I think it would be worthwhile for this group to see something different, an area where there's close to zero airspace constraints, tremendous amount of land for development, easy access to an interstate highway and so forth, in order to consider some of the other options. When the CAC did its analysis, it basically eliminated every existing airport in Western Washington except Payne Field, and then the 10 greenfield sites that were culled down to 3 were also all eliminated. And so the information that came out of the CAC was that Western Washington was highly problematic for being able to solve anything aviation related. And therefore, I think it's worthwhile that this group, if the aviation is going to be the solution, consider locations east of the Cascades. So there's a lot of aspects to this, and I certainly would be happy to expand on it, but I think that should suffice for now.
If I can add, this is Alan. I'm in travel, so sorry I won't put on my video. It would be recommended to stay in some of the hotels closer to Union Gap and the airport. They're newer and are probably a little less likely to be occupied by most likely vendors at the fair. The Central Washington State Fair is a bit more local population base as compared to maybe the Puyallup Fair, which I think garners more statewide attendance. But reservations being made now would pretty much secure you midweek. The actual fair doesn't start until Friday, so if we're able to meet Tuesday or Wednesday, that should precede any vacancy crunch that the other committee members might face.
I was just doing a quick click around on my phone, and it does look like the night of the 16th is completely very available. So as far as the date, we have one. Mr. Reardon, raise your hand.
Yes, I did, and I'm just to throw the obvious monkey wrench into the discussion. Obviously, Yakima has airspace and land, but the demographics, the population base, is on the west side of the Cascades. So, this discussion will have to come up at some point. A moment ago, we were talking about financing a moving sidewalk into Payne Field. But now, we're talking about a transportation system to get a demographic population to Yakima. These are real things that need to be talked about, that have to be discussed. I have no problem, looking at the facility and taking a high level look at this type of aviation infrastructure use to help us with what we're talking about. But bottom line, our demographics are on the west side of the Cascades. I just want to throw that out there for a thought. Thank you.
I strongly agree with you, Charlie. I think it does make sense to understand all options that could be on the table as a part of this committee, but at the same time, there's a lot of further things that we need to understand demographically from a transportation perspective. I think before we really start diving into these things, in that case, does it make sense to hold on the Yakima visit for now until we have the consultant online that can start answering some of these larger, more holistic questions on what the right solution is directionally for the region?
Representative Fye.
Thank you. I hesitate to get too deep into things. I just would, as a reminder in this whole conversation, is when we designed this legislation, we learned from the lessons of the previous group, which one of the fundamental mistakes that was made was to come up with a recommendation of a new airport by a certain date, right? So this challenge of providing transportation services doesn't necessarily have to be solved with one airport, one large airport, right? It could be growth at more than one. I don't believe it's appropriate for me, even if I had preferences about how this comes out in the end. But I just was a reminder is that we're trying to look at the whole transportation system and what we think the air travel needs are, and to look at that both from a standpoint of a new airport or growth at other airports that exist already. So for my 2 cents, it's up to you folks where you want to meet. I think it is important for you to make it convenient for people to participate locally. So I'll just say that.
All right. Ms. Rickert?
Just one more thing, and I'm trying to be really sensitive here because I mean no disrespect to the city of Yakima and their generous offer to host us out there. But I've got to let everybody know too that I got an email this week from Boeing Field, and they offered to host the group at whatever time the group might want to have a meeting there too. So there's other invitations as well.
All right, Ms. Lee.
Yeah, and to piggyback on that, I think the Chehalis Airport also threw their hat in the ring, willing to host as well. And I think it's looking at sort of what Mr. Berkman was saying, is looking at what we are looking at, the advancements as far as hydrogen technology, SAF, everything else has to play into everything that we're doing, along with community. And they have a good model to kind of hearing what they're doing community-wise, along with aviation, with new technologies. I think looking at that along with other sites as well is important so that we have a good variety of what we're looking at. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that they're willing to host us as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I had to. It's my thought on this is, we had considerable momentum toward having a Yakima meeting in September, and that we had voted to do that, and absent a motion or a vote to change that plan, we have that plan in motion, and that we can do subsequent meetings at in Chehalis or Boeing Field or Bellingham or wherever down the road. But we run the group by majority vote, and so Ms. Badiola, you have raise your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to share with everybody that I'm really liking how we're keeping the broad picture in our mind. And I myself travel to Yakima a lot for community purposes. And we have to be really aware of how the weather quickly changes. So the decision in September is a fairly good decision in terms of traveling. Also, we have the option to attend hybrid. So it's not a hardship for folks. And I know I have been on facilities tours wherein the host basically just brings their camera around so that we could also see if there's a physical tour that's going on. I don't think it'll hurt us. I think what we need in this data gathering process, we can keep storing information in our heads and absolutely hear the thing about people versus not versus people, airspace, and facilities. That triangle. So I'm keeping that in my mind now that I got a little airport training. But I myself support the decision that we made by vote last time. And I'm sorry, Anne, there must be some way that we can bring you in. You're so invaluable to us. Thank you.
So, Mr. Wirt. I think you're on mute, or you were put your hand back down.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to repeat what was said a little earlier, that if we don't do it in Yakima in September, then you don't want to do it until probably March, because no one, including myself, wants to tackle the roads if we don't have to going across the pass, any of them.
Mr. Dunham.
My question would be just, we have 13 members on the group. How many people will go? And if we have a majority that are willing to go and attend, then I think we do it. If we have more people that want to do it by Zoom, then are we doing the right thing to have the small number of people go so the rest of us can Zoom? And I just think maybe that's a way to make that decision. Whether it's going to be a in-person or a Zoom meeting, just because it's out of town.
Right. Well, if I can kind of go through and call on folks, it sounds like a kind of a roll call request. But I've got more hands raised here. So, Mr. Reardon.
Yes, unmute. I'm sorry, I had to unmute. One thing I neglected to think about, and just to follow on with Oris, is that it's one, the committee, us, who may be on Zoom or who may be in person is just one aspect. Now, we also got to consider local citizens. So if we're going to Yakima, maybe the people in Yakima would like to personally see what we're discussing. So it's not all just about us. It's about the local community as well. So I'd just like to bring that point to our attention. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Badiola?
Yeah, Oris, usually I support you, but I'm going to stand on the principle that many of us have attended state, national, international meetings by hybrid and have been able to learn effectively. So I am uncomfortable changing a vote on the basis of access in person or on Zoom, as opposed to changing the vote, because it's not a good idea.
But my position wasn't that it wasn't a good way to do hybrid. Many of us do hybrids all the time. I do a hybrid on an international once a month. But what I was trying to get across, is it fair if only 3 people are willing to go over there, that we make, or 3 or 4 that wouldn't be going? Is it fair to them to have it over there? Now, if the only ones that are going to attend live in Yakima, why are we having a meeting in Yakima? I guess that's my question.
So I was planning on attending in person.
So I would be remote for this.
I would be remote as well. I'm happy to do it.
I will be remote.
There's a 50-50 chance that I'm going to be going over there because I have other community issues that I work on.
Gary, I assume you're in person.
Yes, I'm in person, but I just had another comment. I mean, Yakima to some degree is no different than Chehalis, or if we decide to go up to Bellingham or some of these other locations. I mean, do you not want to travel that far to find out about their airport? I think, and I do agree with the comment that was made earlier that there are citizens in these cities that might be potential locations for expanded airports that may want to voice their opinion or listen in at some of the work that we're doing. But yeah, I will be attending in person.
All right. Who has not? I guess there are some others who haven't spoken up yet.
I'd be maybe in person, but the one thing to consider is the time that we start. I go over there for the Farm Bill for electrification, and I know that we leave early in the morning, have an earlier meeting so that we can turn around and come back if need be.
Right. Okay. Ms. Rubin?
I would be attending virtually.
All right. Okay. Mr. Hodgman, you're there, so.
Mr. Chair, I believe Rich Mueller said he would attend in person. He's in the chat.
Okay.
And Buck Taft isn't on the call today, but he's close by.
Right. He had a reason. I recall. I'm not going to share but I think everyone got his email about that. So yeah. I mean, I think it's coming down to roughly. I count 4 in person, 4 Zoom, 1 maybe, and I mean, I think that's about the kind of ratio we have, give or take, when we're in Olympia, and it's the East Side folks Zooming and the West Side folks in person. I mean, anyone else want to actually wait, Mr.
Didn't we have some people attend remotely while we were at Payne Field even?
Yeah, I think we did. Mr. Adolph, are you still on the call?
Yeah, I see him on there.
And Representatives Fye and Dent haven't spoken up.
That's good.
Oh.
Okay. Well, so I'll stop putting people on the spot. I mean, I think we've got.
Hello?
Oh, Mr. Adolph.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I'm in commute. I guess what I would say with regards to the other, as a non-voting member, obviously I can't weigh in either direction. As an MPO, RTPO representative, the different statewide meetings that we do have, most are held on the west side purely based on population. That's fully understandable. But they do make a concerted effort to travel around the state, whether that's the Washington State Transportation Commission, Safety Commission, a variety of other DOT stakeholder events. And that is truly to be able to get the entire state perspective. And since I think we would do an injustice not addressing the alternatives of how aviation on the east side will support the west, whether we meet now or we meet a year from now, we're still going to need to meet on the east side. Yakima's close compared to Spokane or Walla Walla or the Tri-Cities. It's a central location. And we are more than willing and excited to host the committee in person or remotely. But there was a comment made about public engagement. These other meetings that I attend in other capacities also are open to the public. And I personally would feel disingenuous that is not part of our effort, even in the early stages of this committee, to engage all areas, even if we ended up having to go to the peninsula somewhere. I think Gary and I, if schedules permit, would still travel to the coast or the peninsula because of the importance of this committee.
Well, as Representative Fye?
Yeah, so I just would for me, I have to look at my schedule and see if I'm available to attend, I would come in person.
All right. And I think Representative Dent dropped off the call. He had a second meeting today, but obviously he lives in Moses Lake, so or near there, Ephrata.
I presume he would make it if he was available.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Dunham.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, listen, let's put an end to this discussion. We've already voted to do this, all right? And unless I hear a motion from somebody to cancel it or to change it, I think it's already finished. So I think unless we get a motion from somebody to do something different, I think we move on with the meeting.
I agree.
I agree, and but for everyone continuing to raise their hands and comment, I was moving in that direction. Christina?
I just want to one thing. The only thing I just want to make sure everyone agrees on a date, of course. So yes, Gary, we were talking about the 16th and the 17th, but it was actually going to be for the 17th, and then I would be there setting up on the 16th. So right now we have September 17th. But if that doesn't work for most people, we'll have to figure that out. But I just wanted to put if September 17th worked for everyone.
Yeah, 17th is the actual meeting. We had made arrangements with Union Gap to have access to the facility so Christina could set up as she needed to on the 16th.
Yeah. Okay. Do I hear a motion to confirm the 16th or 17th as the meeting date?
So move.
All right. So second?
Second.
All right. All in favor of the 17th of September, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Hearing no opposed, motion passed unanimously. We'll set the meeting for the Union Gap City Hall on September 17th. And in the name of public engagement, I think I'll talk with Christina offline about making sure that folks over there know that we're coming, and if anybody wants to give, if it's convenient to give public comment in person for them, or they're particularly interested, that kind of fulfilling one of our missions there. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Well, I should say, is there anything else kind of for the good of the order that we should talk about?
Yeah, Chair.
Yes.
I would suggest that that we probably might want to do a small orientation session on who we are and what we're doing for the community, so they can have an informed and effective public comment.
You mean specifically the Yakima in person?
Yeah, well, it's not unusual that when the invitation goes out, there's also kind of like a drop-in session on Zoom, that if people want to learn more about what we do and who we are, to do that. Otherwise, you have a collection of folks who are there for a lot of different reasons.
I totally agree with that. We've seen that so many times, not over here in Yakima, but I'm sure, but at the state legislature for various different things on this topic. Other bills that had nothing to do with this were received a lot of public comment because the public did not understand what the bill was actually about. And so I think it would be helpful to make sure that the public knows exactly what this group is there to discuss, so that we have meaningful public comment on that topic and not on other topics.
Right.
YBCOG can also provide any additional assistance on outreach and engage in the media as you may need.
All right. Great. Mr. Richard?
I just wondered if we wanted to create an agenda for the September meeting as well, as long as we're all here.
Well, I am only noting that yes, if anyone has specific agenda items, I think there are already some floating around. But I guess we're not actually technically over time yet. Is there anything that anyone either already has that's definitely on the agenda for Yakima, or would like to see on the Yakima agenda? Maybe I should call on Mr. Wirt first to see what he's been setting up.
Well, I've discussed this a little bit with Rob Hodgman, and I think Rob is prepared to give us a briefing on, what the airport is, what the potential is. If that's a quick summary, Rob. And that's the only thing I have in mind particularly. Rob, are you still on?
Sure. Gary, might I suggest a passenger rail discussion? It doesn't have to be very long.
Yeah, we could do that. Which leads me, I don't want to get off topic here, but underlying this use of Yakima's airport for some expanded operation would be the question of how do we move people and goods rapidly between Yakima and the Puget Sound area, where a lot of these goods and people would be traveling. And I don't want to lean towards any particular direction, but I believe some form of expanded rail statewide in this state is going to probably be part of the solution. Incidentally, I have a link I will be sending to everybody probably tomorrow on a YouTube link, which is on this very subject, about how short-term flights can be basically diverted, from our case, from Sea-Tac, onto rail. And that's, I think, part of our multimodal conversation that we want to have as our work progresses. So I'll just leave it at that, but I could give everybody a quick briefing if you want 5 minutes on what's going on with the restoration of passenger rail through Central from Spokane to the Tri-Cities, Ellensburg, and on to Seattle. So I don't want to get into that here, but I could do that if the group wants me to. It wouldn't take but 10 or 15 minutes.
Gary, I have a question. I'm kind of interested in a big picture design, just like the training, the workshop we had earlier about airports and siting, because I just don't have enough information about. There must be some kind of federal design or federal initiative and state initiative, and maybe there's a group that can kind of lay out those basics for us.
Are you talking about for rail?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can do that. I've been playing around with restoring passenger rail for at least the past 5 or 6 years here.
I think maybe another big picture, and again, mindful of how much time we have.
Yeah, it might be good background. I mean, no decisions have to be made. But in fact, what I'm talking about is federally funded anyway. There's no state funding involved to speak of. But yeah, just quick, if you're not aware, the Federal Railroad Administration has recommended to Congress that 15 long-distance passenger rail routes in the United States be restored. And the route that goes from Seattle through southern Montana, Yakima, Tri-Cities through southern Montana onto Chicago is one of those 15 routes. So that's the one that affects us. There's others around the country, but I could give a little presentation on that if the work group wants me to.
So
I really believe that somewhere down the line here, if you're going to talk about Yakima or even Chehalis or Shelton, some of these airports that are even in the Puget Sound area, how do you get people from there to downtown Seattle? Are you going to put them on I-5? I don't believe so. We've got to have a first mile, last mile look at all of this, I think. And that's where it could be conventional rail or light rail or high-speed rail. But I think somewhere along the line, these other multimodal options need to come into the discussion in support of aviation. No, I'm done.
All right. Thank you, Stuart. I've seen some comments in the chat here that I've been writing down related to both we need to have an annual report draft by October so that we can potentially adopt it in December. We also have a couple of ideas for briefings related to either we'll have the consulting hiring list by then, as well as an idea related to multimodal and I-5 corridor, and also the flight data manager and surface collaboration decision making, which is completely new to me today. Ann, you have your hand up.
Yeah, and I was going to add, I would also like to invite FAA to talk about how they manage capacity issues at Sea-Tac, including slots and other ATC actions that the FAA would take.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's something this group needs to understand. As we get closer to capacity, there will be some FAA actions.
I definitely sat on a plane waiting to take off the last time I was flying back to Sea-Tac because of the FAA flow control into Sea-Tac. Mr. Reardon?
Yes, thank you. Just following up on Mr. Wart, and I would very much enjoy to learn about the state rail plan, and as I guess Mr. Dent and Mr. Fay mentioned, this is we have to take a look at all of this stuff. I mean, just hearing you talk a little bit, Evan, just right there at the last minute, as we continue to meet, we're going to learn more and more and more about how many different pieces of the puzzle this project has, or our task assignments have. So if Mr. Wirt has a state, rail plan, or we hear from Tex.Rail or whoever's in charge of the rail around our state, what kind of rail plan do we have? What kind of long range plans do they have? Maybe we'd like to, maybe not at the Yakima meeting, but at some point, what is that piece? I would very much enjoy seeing that down the road. Thank you.
Yes,
right. Ms. Lee. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Well, I was just going to add, following up on Mr. Worden's comment, WashDOT just recently revised their state rail plan, and it includes both Amtrak Cascades and high-speed rail, which you may know that WashDOT has a grant to begin preliminary planning between Vancouver, BC, and Portland. And the third project is the restoration of the service that I was just talking about through Yakima and the Tri-Cities of Spokane. So yes, there is a brand new state rail plan that public comment period just closed a few days ago. It hasn't even been printed yet, but and we can certainly invite WashDOT Director Jason Biggs, who's the director of the Washington State WashDOT Rail Freight and Ports Division, to give us a presentation on that.
All right. Ms. Lee?
Hi, thank you. I also want us to not forget about Lewis McCord. I'm not sure where we stand on that after our last few conversations, but just wanted to make sure that we resolve that.
Right. We were supposed to include comments related to JBLM in one of our annual reports, and as I recall, there was some outreach to someone who could talk about military airspace, maybe not directly representatives from JBLM. Perhaps it was the FAA that was going to talk about military airspace needs. But Ms. Reardon?
I'm sorry, I keep muting and then have a tough time unmuting. I worked with a colleague 3 weeks ago that is an Army aviator, a high level in Washington, D.C., and she indicated to me that they were drawing down a lot of their aviation wing from the Lewis McCord base and transferring it to Alaska. Of course, that's in conversations that I had about 2.5 weeks ago. So I'd like to find out if we could have somebody that has contacts with those people to see if that's really happening and see if that has anything to do with, would impact our work. I don't have those contacts, but maybe somebody smart in our committee does.
Clarification question, Charlie. Was that the Army talking about the Army, or the Army talking about the Army and the Air Force?
It was the Army talking about the Army.
Thank you, sir.
It's probably the helicopter units at on the old Fort Lewis side.
Agreed. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hodgman, and then I think we should. We're getting close to the end of our time. We should continue our agenda development discussion offline. Mr. Hodgman?
Yeah, so as far as the military airspace, earlier, I think she dropped off Kim Peacher from the Navy was on, and there is, from Naval Air Station Whidbey, there is a role as relates to Payne Field. So I think it would be valuable to have Kim come and present in addition to any colleagues from JBLM. There was both Air Force and Army related to JBLM that made comments, and so I think there's a lot to understand about military airspace in the state, but especially in Western Washington.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it sounds like we have some definite agenda items, and then we have some maybe agenda items that aren't Yakima specific that could be included in the agenda for September. Certainly, we'll have to ask Anne to tap someone to talk about the consultant process if she's not available for the meeting. Hopefully, that will work out. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Right. All in favor to adjourn for the day? Aye.
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 Aye. All right. Is there anyone opposed to adjourning at our? All right.
Everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks. This was a really excellent. The 6 hours went by pretty swiftly. So we had good discussions and a lot of solid, meaty presentations. So appreciate everyone.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks.